Okay, guys, so welcome back to another live stream. Today should be a lot of fun. We're talking about what's trending in fashion, and we have a lot of different topics to cover, um, all the way from, Chemena Kamali at Chloe and her interview with Vogue, all the way to Palace and Vivienne Westwood having a collaboration, or Burberry leaving the FTSE 100. So, yeah, there's a lot of topics to cover today. So, hopefully, we have a lot of fun. It's a bit more of a chill vibe today, but it's very much going to be a lot of different news stories and looking at what's been going on in fashion so far. It's kind of like, let me guys know how you feel about this new series. It's kind of like a series I've always wanted to do on the channel in terms of, having a stream that keeps people up to date with the current fashion news. So what's going on news wise, or what's really trending in the news cycle, especially in the fashion industry, because I don't know if anyone does that, especially on a weekly basis on YouTube. So it should be fun to be able to do something like that. But how's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing? Come little stream. Urban trend review. That's hilarious. Urban trend review. That's so funny. Oh yeah, and Spark 17. You made it to a live stream. You made it to a live. You made it to a live. Uh Corriday is asking me, is the intro new? Yeah, that's the new intro. I've been using it for two live streams now. It's actually a clip from Under Millimista. It was when they were working in the studio. So I kind of put a timer on it. It's kind of like a nice nugget, because obviously my favorite brand is Under Millimista. It's kind of one of those background nugget things. They just kind of, if you know kind of vibe, you know what I mean? I was like, who is Ethan? Oh gosh, that's funny. Yeah, it's a bit sublime. It's an Easter egg. It's definitely a big Easter egg. I mean, it's not really an Easter egg anymore because I've told you, but I guess that's the only time I would actually say where that intro is from. And moving forward, guys will just have to figure it out on their own. You kind of just have to figure out where the intro is from or what video it is. Shout out to Io's auntie Anne is a bit crazy. I'll give it a few more minutes for Dami to join the live, and then also people to join the live. Also, quick announcement before we jump straight into the first topic, which will be about Chloe. Um, so I've been kind of wondering if I should use OBS or StreamYard to stream. I've kind of been struggling with it, like what works best. And I've decided over the long term to go with StreamYard, mainly because with StreamYard, there's an ease of adding guests, and therefore I can like start adding people to the show. So I want to start even interviewing designers and stuff, and like reaching out to designers and doing all that sort of stuff and having them on the live stream. And I can't really do that via OBS. So I've decided to go with StreamYard. But hopefully the quality of the stream still stays high. That's the ultimate plan, of course. Sumir, hey, 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 how are you doing? Guys are just having too much of an urban chat. You guys are going crazy. But anyway, to jump straight into the live. So the first thing I really want to talk about is Chemena Kamali had a really, really good interview in Vogue. And I thought it would be a good place to start because normally when fashion designers have some time at a brand, they then sit down for a really long-winded, very detailed feature on them, which is always really good to read, and it's always really good to see kind of what they have to say about their brand, and what kind of thoughts they have, what their vision is for the brand, those kind of things. So it was really, really great to see this. Um, And Chemena Kamali, to be honest, I think that she's a designer that has done really well. I think that she was definitely brought to bring a certain edge and a certain buzz to Chimena Kamali. And I 100% think that she's done that. I think when you think of Chimena Kamali, and even if you think of how Chloe has been over the years, you start to think of the designer that she took over from, which was Gabriella Hurst, who was a designer that I think was really good. I think that she did a good Chloe. There wasn't necessarily a buzz or hype around Chloe the same way when we associate Chloe with Karl Lagerfeld or Stella McCartney or Phoebe Philo. These are times when it was really hyped. Even Claire White Keller, there was a really, really strong backing when she was there. And I think with Gabriella Hirsch, she was kind of more low key. She's very obviously lauded and well respected for her commitment to sustainability, which was very, very commendable when she was at Chloe. But the reason she actually left, I do commend it a lot, because I'm not sure how many of you know, but Gabriella Hurst actually left because the stress of running her brand in New York and then also designing at Chloe in Paris was just too much. And so she decided that it actually isn't sustainable to manage one brand in Paris and one brand in New York. And so she decided to quit her job at Chloe to focus on her own brand, which is so commendable, because we have these conversations all the time about designers like Marc Jacobs, who I absolutely love, who was he literally got ground into a wall and ended up having to go to rehab when he was at Louis Vuitton. We saw what happened to the likes of John Galliano. We saw what happened to the likes of Lee McQueen. And I really like that this new generation of fashion designers are actually putting themselves first. I think that it's a very, very commendable thing. And while I think probably Chemena Kamali is going to do a much better job at Chloe than Gabriella Hurst, I strongly commend her for deciding that it wasn't working for her. The workload was too much and really focusing on what she wants to focus on. So yeah, going back to this interview, she did an amazing interview with British Vogue. Of course, the title says Chemena Kamali on femininity, power dressing, and remaking Chloe for a new era. Chloe with the accent, of course. At Chloe, creative director Chemena Kamali is championing a new era of femininity, blending the house's bohemian past with her own blossoming power. And now, this interview was very interesting. There were some key takeaways. Before I even read the interview, I kind of thought that it would be Chemena Kamali kind of talking about her vision for Chloe and where she wants Chloe to go and kind of how she sees Chloe. And yes, there was that in the article. A lot of it was actually just talking about who she is and what she's done in the past, and as a designer, what she stands for. Which in a sense I definitely appreciate, because I think that, you know, a lot of designers these days, they aren't very known. Like a lot of people don't really know about her story. And I guess in this article, they used it as a chance for you to kind of learn about her story. And it wasn't just about, you know, the Chloe ideas that she has and all those kind of things. I'm putting her runway show on the screen now, just so you guys can be reminded of her debut collection, because this collection was actually really big and it was really successful in my opinion. But yeah, it talks about how she's had 2 tenures at Chloe. I don't know how many of you actually know. She actually, when she finished studying fashion design in Germany, she interned at Chloe when Phoebe Philo was still there. Then she had so many different roles and worked in fashion across many years before returning to Chloe in a bigger role. And now this, her being the creative director at Chloe, is actually her 3rd role at Chloe over the years. It's her 3rd time back at the brand. So when we talk about someone understanding the true essence of the brand, I think it's very, very important that you have someone who has worked there so many times before, under multiple creative directors, seen many different visions. And she's also very, very knowledgeable about the archive and very aware about the archive. So that's something that I definitely appreciate. It almost reminds me of Alessandra Michele. Of course, Alessandra Michele's time at Gucci was a bit different in the sense that Alessandra Michele was there like in one long go, whereas Chemena Kamali has kind of gone and come back, gone and come back, gone and come back. But it's just, I like it when brands hire people who, you know, actually know about the brand, and hire people that are very privy to the history and know how the brand works. They understand the inner workings of the brand, rather than having someone who's just, completely external from the brand. Dami, how you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Great, great, great. Yeah, I was just listening in on what you were saying. Hopefully, it's not giving you feedback.
No, it's fine.
All
Audio is
right,
sounding
great.
really good.
All right, then let's go.
What did you, before I keep going in on the article, the British Vogue article, what did you think of the article?
The article, it was quite well detailed. Like I did actually glean some things about her life. Like when I read these articles, because some of the fashion history, well, let's say her CV is like kind of quite known to us. Two things I try to glean is like the personality through the quotes and like what they choose to say, because these guys sometimes are media trained before these interviews, aren't they? So
Right.
I like to like glean some sort of personality from the quotes, and how they choose to answer and what they choose to answer directly, right? And then
Hmm.
the things around their lives, right? So I got to learn those two things also. So got learned what her husband did, where her dad is from, all of those things like that. And then
Yeah,
just
even her journey from like the fact she obviously was in Germany and then she moved to California. And
exactly,
they were saying in the article that California is where she really got her love of fashion. Like
yeah,
she's always had a love of fashion because obviously her parents ran a store. But then when she was in California, she saw like a certain lifestyle and the way people were dressing, and she was really inspired by it. And it was also one of the big reasons why she wanted to become a fashion designer. Of course, she then returned to Germany. She studied fashion design at a university in Germany. Then she interned at Chloe before doing her MA at Central St. Martin's. She then went on to work in many different roles, of course, including going back to Chloe eventually. Um, and then most recently, she's had like a few other roles. One of the highlights being she was at Saint Laurent. And then she worked at a denim brand briefly before being the creative director of Chloe.
yeah, like, and learning her life really like through the article was, yeah, it's quite important to me. Like yeah, especially when they're not like, let's say, famous quote unquote designers.
Mm,
So yeah.
yeah, it was also cool to see because in the article they were kind of saying how obviously she made a splash with her debut collection. That's facts. We've been talking about that. Her bringing back this bohemian boho chic
Mm.
back and all those kind of things. Um, they've been talking about how it was very well received and a lot of people are talking about the debut collection, which is definitely very true. But one, it was really cool to see like where exactly her inspiration point was coming from, because in the article they talk about how she was really inspired by this like Karl Lagerfeld's first tenure at Chloe, because obviously Karl Lagerfeld had two tenures at Chloe, and she was specifically inspired by work that he did in 1977, which was really interesting to see how that played out in the collections. Because she says she likes this idea of like a certain femininity, but also with an edge and kind of like a coolness that comes from like not caring, like a coolness that comes from being lackadaisical about
Yeah,
it. You're kind of just, it just occurs naturally to you to be
a
kind of
calm
cool, but also
nonchalance. Yeah.
yeah, but also feminine and kind of chic in that way, which is cool because even when they were saying things historically, which I found really interesting actually, when they were saying how like when you look at the history of Chloe, which I'm very privy to, for guys that don't know, I actually did an interview with Tim Blanks when he was doing the press run for his Chloe book, because he actually wrote the Chloe. Sorry, not Tim Blanks. Sorry, I said Tim Blanks. That was for Versace. For Lou Stoppard, who actually wrote the Chloe book as part of the press run for the Chloe book, and she was talking about the history of the brand. Gabby Aguillon, the fact that it's a woman's brand for women by women, of course, minus the Karl Lagerfeld era, which a lot of people forget sometimes. That yes, it's a very woman forward brand, but Karl Lagerfeld also had a very, very strong impact in the history of the brand. But definitely go and watch that interview, because if you want to learn about the history of Chloe, especially, I think that Lou Stoppard gave very, very strong nuggets in that interview. And yeah, you can find the podcast online. But outside of that, it's also good to get different perspectives on the history of Chloe, which we got in this interview. They talked about, things like the fact that she was very much about making things very light. And back then, everything kind of had to be overly structured, but she wanted things to be light because it was all about, women actually wearing things that are comfortable, but also don't make them die of sweat. You know what I mean? And Chemena Kamali has brought that into her collections, where she's trying to make, clothing that's interesting and structured, but she's trying to see, how can I make it really light so that these clothes don't weigh on you, and then when I wear them, I feel free. And so she gave like examples of like how she went to dinners, and when she was at the dinner, everyone was kind of, dressed to the nines, but everything was heavy and it was really warm and people were like dying of sweat, and she was just there, and her pieces that were a lot lighter, and people were commending her on the fact that, oh, that's actually a really good idea to have, fabrics that light. It's good to get that insight other than just what we're seeing aesthetically, kind of like bringing that freedom from the history of the brand into the modern Chloe, I think is very, very important.
Yeah, when I think about like the design direction, I have to go, to the origin of the reference generally, right? So whenever you say Bohemian, like I think Gypsy, and then I go to Romany and then think about, the people of Paris, the people of Italy, the people of like just the Mediterranean as well, how they dress, and just like the design points and the references that she would use for Chloe based on that. And she really did give herself like a wide berth in terms of, the type of silhouettes and then the type of design notes. And you got the fluted sleeves and the trumpet sleeves and all of these other things. But then again, you got the lightweight fabrics that is, quite Mediterranean. You got the sheer fabrics, right? But then you have the leathers there as well, right? And that the patented leathers that are more English, more like French and everything like that. So there's as much as there's one particular design direction, which is the Bohemian. There's still like a wide berth and a range that she can use, because we see people pick a particular design directions, let's say Y2K, but stay in like quite a small box, quite a narrow box. But yeah, this one is quite broad, and it's elegant as well. She's really like telling a nice calm story with it. And it's not necessarily like what Alexandra McKellar was doing with Bohemian as well, which is something I like.
Yeah. His thing was a bit more, because Alessandra McKellar's version of it was more genderless, whereas this isn't trying to be genderless. This is actually quite a lot about femininity, because when you think of like what the brand stood for, that's kind of what it was about. It was centered around women. So it's a different perspective on it.
Yeah.
But to go to like kind of the idea that this collection was really successful, because it was, they said that when this runway show came out, and this is something that was in the article, they said that the Real saw a 37% spike in searches for Chloe the day after the show, and there was a 130% jump in sales the following month, which is insane.
Yeah, no, that was tremendous. And I wanted to say something else towards just tell me if I'm saying, can you say her name right for me, please?
I say Chemena Kamali, but I could be wrong. It could be Chemena. I don't know. I need to learn that, to be honest.
Okay, so I've been saying Chemena as well. So like, let me go for that right now. If I'm wrong,
if it's wrong in the chat, you can. I'm open to being corrected.
Please.
People in the chat,
please, yeah. So, but like I was gonna say, like she even talks about her struggles with even the ideas and ideals about femininity, right? So she talks
Yeah,
about being her mother, but then also like wanting to be successful in the office, but then also wanting to be a successful woman. And like, no offense to Alexandra, but that's not something that he could even compute, right? So she's really coming at this from the lens of that particular woman who's, as much as there's all of these emotions that are probably going on with her, and like, these crises of conscience, there's still this
yeah,
calm nonchalance and elegance about the woman that she's designing for, which is, good to hear. And I'm sure this was going to resonate with a lot of women, to be fair, especially this
yeah,
article.
yeah. I was gonna say that I even think the rollout of everything was so smart. Like even this idea of having an artificial it piece. Like I remember at the time when the show came out, this clip that I put on the screen was all the rage, where they had all the VIPs at the front wearing the same wedges. And these wedges like became really big when they came out. A lot of people are talking about them. So they've kind of artificially created like an it shoe. And I thought the marketing and the rollout of also the shoes around the debut and just like different pieces was also really intelligent. So I liked what they did there. It's kind of like in your face, kind of like, shoved down your throat that you must look at these shoes. But I thought it was quite interesting because I haven't seen like a brand do something this blatant for a really long time. So it made for a moment that's always in my memory that I always remember.
Didn't they say in the article that one of the pictures was the reason why it went viral or something like that?
Yeah, 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 exactly.
Yeah, Sienna Miller, Pat Cleveland, Kiana Shipka. Yeah.
Yeah,
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 so it was phenomenal. Like seeing it like this though is quite active. Like I've only really seen the pictures. um but yeah, no, that's interesting to see. Like this is yeah, so blatant, which is funny. It's kind of,
yeah,
yeah, it's jokes in a way. It's like poking fun at yourself, but at the same time, creating a moment that is necessary for the brand, right? So whether we spoke
exactly.
about it positively or negatively, the fact that we spoke about it is exactly what they wanted.
Exactly. And some other things that stood out to me in the article. I remember her saying a quote that I wrote down and I'll read it out. She said, "If you grew up as a German girl wanting to study fashion, Karl Lagerfeld was the ultimate icon." And I thought that was interesting because, of course, her growing up in Germany and the fact that she's very inspired by Karl Lagerfeld's work at Chloe. Like it's a big inspiration point. Like she said, her first collection was very much inspired by many things, but a big point of it was Karl Lagerfeld's work from 1977. And I wonder, just as in a general sense, I wonder in Germany if people have this like patriotic viewpoint on their designers like Karl Lagerfeld or like Jill Sander, because I feel like in a lot of European countries there isn't that general like wider, you know, we really love these designers because we're from here. That's why sometimes when I go to Belgium, people actually appreciate me more because I'm an outsider that really loves the Belgian designers. Whereas a lot of Belgian people have told me that the Belgians in Belgium don't really appreciate their fashion as much as like people that are obsessed with it from the US or from France or the UK or wherever. Um, so I wonder. That's very very interesting that she said that. Boa says, wasn't Karl Lagerfeld ashamed of being German? Yeah, he was actually. He was. The blue key left says, I think so for Karl Lagerfeld because I've heard Brenna hashtag speaking about him exactly the same in one of her videos. Oh, that okay, that's really interesting. Because yeah, Brenda is German, so it was just an interesting thing for me to think about. That is that how like people that are in the fashion industry or go to fashion school in Germany, those are like their people, like Jill Sander, Karl
Mm.
Lagerfeld. Very very
You
interesting.
do have to think though, like with Karl Lagerfeld's generation, it was, post World War II Germany. So his patriotism versus her patriotism would be completely different. especially considering that she was an immigrant, right?
Right.
So I guess in quotes, the country that gave her all the opportunities, not speaking to her life, but the country that gave her all the opportunities and forethoughts, yeah, she'll look towards Karl Lagerfeld, and just generally be Karl Lagerfeld is lauded in fashion regardless. So whether you're
Yeah.
from Germany or London or America, you're gonna like him. And like just thinking about like her growing up in Orange County, right? Laguna
Yeah.
Beach. There's gonna be those girls with the Chanel bags out there. It's just one of those things. So like it probably carried with her just whether she knew it or not, which just makes his airs, his aura just even much more present with her. So I can see how that she can adore him and him not adore where he's from just based on the context of his history with Germany, right? So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I like even going back to like femininity and power with Chloe, the fact that Chimena has actually dressed Kamala Harris for a few appearances because she was saying that she wants Chloe to represent like femininity and confidence, and obviously someone that's that high in the political field to dress someone like that makes a lot of sense. Um, Something that I also found really interesting is this idea of it seems like brands now are a bit more accommodating to mothers, which I really love. Because you touched on it earlier where she was saying that she's balancing her work life with her home life and her kids and all these things. And it seems very much like fashion is more open to and to supporting mothers, which I absolutely love. I remember back in the day, Phoebe Philo had a lot of problems with that. So it's good to see that that has improved in fashion. That's why Phoebe Philo had to quit, because the workload was insane, and also the there wasn't really a lot of support in that sense. So that's something great to see. I also like the technical things that they talked about in the article. The fact they talked about, Chimena Kamali was like sifting through the Chloe archives and looking at Karl Lagerfeld's clothes, who I've mentioned before is a big inspiration to her, and how he used to make these really heavily unconstructed garments at Chloe. The fact that they would have as little seams as possible, as little finishing. And the reason for that is because Gabby Aguillon was always all about the clothing being lightweight and everything being light. And that's still so true to the history, because Chimena Kamali is trying to bring those ideas into the modern Chloe. And if you think of all the way back to Gabby Aguillon, back to when she founded Chloe in 1952, the fact that her first collection consisted of like 6 dresses, inspired by lightweight sporting club outfits, the fact that Gabby Aguillon used to look at like haute couture as like a very interesting concept, but she didn't like the idea that haute couture was kind of like this thing that you wear for special occasions for really, the wealthiest of the wealthiest. She wanted clothing that kind of was a couture level thing, but ready to wear. So couture level, but it's fit to wear daily because it's lightweight, because it's easy to move around, because it's so comfortable, because it's not restrictive on the body, those kind of things. So it's high quality, but it should be seen and worn by women in the streets. That was something um, that I've always loved about Chloe, but also it was just good for them to bring that back into the article. But yeah, any closing thoughts, Dami, before we move into the next topic?
Um, maybe. Well, did you talk about her at CSM and everything like that? I'm guessing you did, right?
Yeah. I touched on it. The fact she
Okay.
went to CSM, yeah, for
Yeah.
her MA.
My closing thoughts is I find her life interesting. There's a lot of things that I want to know more about now. Like I do want to know the tea on her husband working for Pfizer.
Yeah.
Uh, her like moving to Laguna Beach. Like, does that is that emphasized in her clothes at all? Like, cause or like BOC, so it's like beach wear, like sun kissed skin, and like you know what I'm saying.
Hmm.
So and flowy clothes and everything like that. So I'm really looking forward to maybe a spring summer. seeing if she's gonna, have some seersucker there, some pins, not pinstripes, some striped tops, those things. And I'm really interested in the fact that she didn't emphasize being tomboyish or boyish at
Right.
all, or
Right.
even like androgynous per se. Like she really
But would you
emphasized.
associate Chloe with being androgynous? I personally
um,
wouldn't.
no, no, no. But this is the thing, right? There are some people that would put bohemian in that like sphere, right? And
Yeah.
I like the fact that she is emphasizing femininity. Like that's my main point. And I want to see more of, her depicting it in this way. And I think that she could, like, doing what she's doing, she could be really popular,
Mm,
or not even just popular, but like just do really, really great collections with the emphasizing of femininity. We've seen men do it great, like over the past couple of years and things of that nature. So I like the direction that she's taken. I want to see more of it.
yeah. I totally agree. I do think that there's a certain buzz around Chloe again, and I think it can only fare well for the brand, to be honest. I think it can only be a positive thing. Zero enters, how many times can you revitalize the boho aesthetic? As many times as needed. So yeah, next topic, we shall be talking about Balenciaga, because Balenciaga, of course, has tried to, well, not tried to, but successfully brought back the City Bag. And the City Bag on social media and just in fashion discourse right now, fashion news wise, is absolutely exploding in fashion. So I really wanted to talk about kind of the history of the bag, also how Balenciaga is kind of doing this kind of rollout of how they're bringing it back, and then also why it makes sense for them to bring it back, why people are so obsessed with the bag, you know, all those kind of things. So actually, I think if we go to the history first before I show you guys this article, there's a really good article via CR Fashion Book on the history of the City Bag, but it's something I've talked about before because I've made videos about Nicolas Gasquier before at Louis Vuitton and at Balenciaga. But essentially, brief history on the motorcycle. I call it the motorcycle bag. I know people call it the City Bag. I just know it as the motorcycle bag. But anyway, brief history on it is in 2001, Nicolas Gasquier had, all these different samples of bags that he designed. And one of the bags was this bag that you're seeing on the screen, the City Bag, the motorcycle bag, whatever you call it. But the executives at Balenciaga didn't like it and they didn't think it would work. Reason being, the bags at that time were very prim and proper, they were pristine. The shape of the bags were structured at the time. The City Bag is more like unstructured. The leather kind of already looks worn in. It kind of looks like rugged. It kind of looks like a bag that, you know, you've been using for a while. It looks like a bag that's kind of, in a way, kind of has this like cool leather effect where the leather is kind of rough. It's not pristine enough. So they thought that it wouldn't work and customers wouldn't like it and they wouldn't associate it with, a luxury bag. And so for that reason, Nicolas Gasquier, believing in his idea, actually was like, well, I think this is a good enough bag design. I think that this could work. I think that I could make this work. So with only, I think they only produced 25 bags, is my understanding. And he kind of had this really, really smart rollout where he started to put the bags that he had on tastemakers in fashion. Kate Moss was seen wearing the bag. Then you would see like different celebrities. There were people like Corinne Rotfeld, who obviously at the time was huge in fashion. Now I feel like the younger kids don't really know about Corinne Rotfeld and like how influential she was back then. But like she
I
was
do.
like the ultimate fashion style tastemaker back then. Like early 2000s. What? Like
Yeah.
women wanted to be her. Like women literally wanted to be her. Um, and so when people see like tastemakers like that wearing it, people are like, what's that bag? You know, what's that? Who's wearing that? And before they knew it, the bag just exploded. And it became really popular, of course. Then they started to produce more of them. A lot of celebrities were wearing them. Even in this article, they show you examples of, you know, different people wearing them, different iterations. And it was just a big bag in the 2000s, and into the 2010s. Like someone mentioned earlier, I remember when people were selling fakes of these. Like I remember when there were so many fakes, like everyone wanted this bag. It feels like yesterday. It's actually insane how like time flies. Um and it's like it's just weird. It's really, really weird that like a bag that the brand didn't care about, they didn't invest a lot of money into. So of course, like it didn't really, they almost had to like try, Nicolas Gasquet had to try to make it a thing. And once it was seen on certain tastemakers in fashion, all of a sudden it became like this thing. And that kind of tells you the power of, let's say, quote unquote, tastemakers in fashion. I think it's actually quite insane that all it takes is, you know, one person to kind of wear something or a few people to wear something, and all of a sudden people are like obsessed with a bag. I think that's quite insane, actually, because people would swear that they are unique with their style, and people would swear that, you know, they are, my style is so individual and I'm so chic and all this stuff. But really they just want to look like Kate Moss and Kareem Rothfeld, which is quite funny. um Rob D says, I recall the story differently and that it sat on a shelf for a while. Kate saw it, adored it, and begged to wear it. My understanding was that they kind of worked with Kate to make it a thing. Um, but that was because it initially it didn't have a lot of investment. And I remember, I think it was in the, it was around like that fall winter 2001 season that they tried to like do a little rollout for it. Damn you, did you disappear? I
I'm
feel like
listening.
Dammy
I'm listening. No,
disappeared.
I'm there. I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
he's still here.
yeah, you're giving background, so I was just waiting because we're talking
Yeah.
about, yeah. I was looking at some of the bags also that were popping around the time, right? So you got the Gucci Jackie, and you know, the Columbus Dior bag, the saddle bag, all of these other things. So like these are well structured bags, like just to your point. And then you
Yeah.
got this, you know, soft, supple biker
Yeah.
bag. And so
Rob
yeah.
D. So yeah, a lot of brands try to like revitalize their history because they want to kind of, it sounds cooler. But if my memory is serving me correctly, they literally put it on Kate Moss when she was walking during the fall winter 2001 runway. Um, so they literally wanted to see if it would work. So they literally put it on her on the runway. So it wasn't a case where like Kate Moss stumbled across a city bag randomly. How would she even? It doesn't even make sense because it wasn't in production. It wasn't in stores. Like they only produced 25 at first, so that was why they started giving it to tastemakers to see if it would work. It was kind of like a tester. It wasn't a
Leo,
case that it wasn't a case that the bags were just sat in stores at first and then people it caught on that way. There wasn't even a production run at first, so they weren't even in stores at first until the brand saw that you know, it was a viable bag that people wanted to wear. Then the investment came, then the productions came after. So that's kind of how it worked.
Leo said fashion a colonialist. That's funny. Just like fashion revisionist history. But generally, isn't it like most times? I want to say, isn't this as partially, but this is how things work, right? Which is from the inception is you put it on the tastemakers, the women in society, because it's almost like free press, right? So let's say you cut back in these days, right? People paid for ads, okay, but if
Yep.
Balenciaga are not going to pay for the ad space to make this bag popular. What are you gonna do? Who else is in magazines, right? How else do you get in magazines? You go to people that are in People magazine, OK magazine, and you go to the people on the street, and where who do people like to be that are on in these magazines, right? And it's like
Yep.
people like Kate Moss, it's people like
Yep.
Victoria Beckham, it's like all of these young hot women, there's Kareem Rockford's like that are tastemakers outside. And like if they say it's cool, some people are really like they do like to think for themselves, but sometimes it's hard to think for yourself. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
some like I just want to know what's in right now and I can freak it. So if it's like, oh, I've got this whole fit, but I want a new bag, then yeah, like you don't need to think about it. K Moscow it, so it's gonna be cool. So yeah.
Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. But
I
I
don't think
think
there's anything wrong with, just looking up at people and being like, oh, yeah, that looks cool on her. I can do that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And like when you think of like brands bringing bags back, it's not a new concept. I mean, we've seen so many designers do it. A big example is let's say what Maria Gacciaturi is doing with John Galliano at Dior with the saddlebags. Um, so she's kind of like brought back the saddlebags. Everyone's obsessed. She's kind of changed the saddlebags and kind of had different iterations that didn't exist before. But this is definitely like a thing that has been happening for
Yeah.
um a really long time. I do think though that them kind of having like a strong push with trying to bring the bags back makes a lot of sense, because if I think of the aesthetic of the bags, it works in the world of Demna. Like it works in the sense that like Demna is very much kind of like it has this gothic vibe, this kind of like gothic but for rich people vibe, kind of like gothic but I have $1 million in my bank account vibe. Um and a bag that's unstructured but kind of looks worn in and kind of looks used and kind of is a bit rugged. I think that that bag always, works in the world of Demna and kind of like his aesthetic, aristocratic goth, someone is saying in the chat.
That's so
Oh my
funny.
god, that's so funny.
Yeah. And like if you think about it, like one thing that's cool is that even Kim Jones with the Dior saddlebag, he made it menswear. Very like it's literally the same pattern, but it's he put it in menswear and then suddenly men were wearing the saddlebag. So like, yeah,
Yeah,
we can renew a bag, and yeah, like within the lexicon of Demna, like it should run. And one thing I know, like just being on street level and everything like that, there are people outside who do like Balenciaga, still like the designs, like, but Balenciaga is not the most favorable right now.
hmm.
So what's a way to get them popping again with like the least amount of effort that people
Do
already
you do you
have?
think that matters though? Like, I
What do you mean?
genuinely think, and I made I think I did a stream not too long ago where I was saying, has Balenciaga basically have people forgotten about the Balenciaga scandal? I think people have, because it almost seemed like not too long after it was, work as usual. It's just like back to the normal, regularly scheduled program for
Partially,
Balenciaga.
like I do think it matters because I've seen videos of influencers, right? They're like, oh, well, you wearing because influencers always do that thing, but and even on live streams as well, and they were
Yeah.
like, this is Balenci, but then there will be people in the room like, isn't Balenciaga cancelled?
Hmm.
And influencers, they like to be liked, so who knows, they could dash away the Balenciaga if they're not like strong-willed like that. So it partially matters depending on what type of influencers we have. But if there's people that like the clothes regardless, and
Yeah.
then there's it bag and Balenciaga is generally back in favor, and people aren't going every other time they hear Balenciaga, or aren't they cancelled, then
Yeah.
it can help. It can help with just the image reparations, really.
Wait, Human You says every time I hear people say Balenciaga, people mention that. Okay, that's interesting because I just think that Balenciaga is almost running and being successful with in spite of it. Like people don't care because when I say people don't care, I mean in a sense that I remember when the scandal first happened, people were like considering whether they should even wear Balenciaga publicly. I don't think we're at that point anymore. Um, I don't think it's like people feel ashamed to wear Balenciaga in the public. Do you feel like it's definitely gotten to that point? Also, to the contention, I was just reading this section of the article here where they talk about part of the rollout for the City Bag in the beginning. They're talking about basically Kate Moss not being the only poster girl for the City Bag, but she was integral to its inception. So what they said is, after spotting the slouchy bohemian accessory on the runway, Moss requested one from then creative director Nicolas Ghesquiere, who in turn had to twist the arm of the top dogs, who didn't think it would sell. Just 25 models went into production, but when fashion fans clocked Moss with a vintage-looking logoless companion nestled in the crook of her elbow, demand skyrocketed. You could be a Balenciaga girl with that bag, said Gasquiev, the effortless model that became a mainstay in the uniforms of Y2K fashion plates like Nicole Richie, Lindsay Lohan, and the Olsen twins. But I do remember they did send it to Karine Rockfeld. I know they did. Because I remember
What
she
is
had one. I'm trying to think who else like had one back then early where people are just like going crazy. It's
my
mainly
thing
I
is
can think of like Corinne Rockfeld and Kate Moss mainly.
like, what's to say they didn't give Kate Moss a big bag and
No,
nobody?
no, no. They gave it to her. They said that she requested it, so obviously they gave it to her.
No, I mean like a bag, like, you know what I'm saying? They gave
Oh,
her,
like money. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
they
yeah,
gave her a
yeah,
bag, and
yeah.
then this is just a story that's going out on a press release. Like,
Yeah, but
this is,
you know what
and this
brands
is
do also because it's marketing, and obviously when you're behind the scenes of brands, you don't even know what to believe because like a lot of brands do this thing where like they will pay celebrities to like wear like bags in
mm,
certain places where paparazzi they have paparazzi there, like they've paid for them to be there, and then they run that picture as the campaign, but people don't think it's a campaign. People just think like it's the celebrity that just came out their car and some paparazzi kind of like, you know, caught the image, but it's all planned. That's literally the campaign. So that's how fashion goes. But I think it's smart for them to try hard to bring it back. Of course, now with their rollout, they have like the campaign with Kate Moss, which is very good because Kate Moss is literally associated with the start of it. So to put her in the campaign makes all the sense in the world. They also had a campaign with Mona. Um, I think they had a larger campaign. Let me see if I can get that on the screen. That was something I saw on their website actually, where they had like, yeah, so they have Nicole Kidman here. Nicole Kidman at this point is basically one of Demna's muses. Like Nicole Kidman is everywhere. Can't get rid of her when it comes to Balenciaga. Of course, Kate Moss. Um, so let's see what they have a description on their website. It says on April 11th, 2024, Balenciaga reintroduces one of its most iconic product lines, Le City, available in selected stores worldwide and on Balenciaga.com. First launched in 2001, Le City has become synonymous with an era and a lifestyle. Known for its enigmatic, maximalist yet practical approach, over 20 years since its initial debut, the city makes a comeback as a reconstituted icon. So then they're talking about like who's in the campaigns and like all those kind of things. Something interesting that they're trying to do with this new rollout is they're like selling like charms. So like here you can see like the city charm, Eiffel, and they're almost like kind of pushing people to accessorize and customize the bags in that way. They're trying to like encourage it, even though they're selling like these charms for like $650. Goodness gracious, that's crazy.
yeah, like, and these guys, I want to even say like, Bella Hadid, if she's wearing a bag, it will sell out
Mm,
because they've that Coach bag on her is going crazy. Like the women on TikTok are moving phenomenal, and there is this addiction to bags that Bella Hadid wears as well. So you can literally look up Bella Hadid bag, and it'll come up with a list of generally bags that Bella Hadid wore. So it's one of those. It's sometimes it's like it is an addiction to these women, fairly.
mm.
No,
My
so
bigger question for everyone in the chat and also for you, Dami, do you think that, because I think that this bag has been exploding on social media. I don't know how that's translating into sales, but do you think that this will be like, because obviously they just brought it back this year, like the main campaign, when did they say? April 11th, 2024. So do you think that in sales, like this will be like one of the hit bags? What do you think?
I I think the it girls like the bag regardless. The
Right.
it girls are always gonna like the bag. Does it mean that they're gonna buy this new one? Not necessarily. I do believe that if enough it girls are wearing the bag though, that is gonna entice the rich people to get one of the new colorways essentially.
Mm,
Because I know someone with the city bag as well.
okay.
So
Is it a vintage one or like the
vintage,
new one?
yes.
Right.
A
Because the
vintage city
vintage one
bag.
is, those are the main ones that people have.
Yeah. So if we see enough girls like they're saying, "Oh, the Balenciaga City Bag's back," yeah, pull it out the wardrobe, wear it outside, take it to wherever spots you're going to, and that proliferates a little bit by a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, if it's the black, there it does need to be a different colorway though. If they want to really promote the city bag, there should be a colorway that is, addictive, much like the Bottega green was addictive, right? It's not
Hmm.
like they wasn't doing the Intrasiato before. It's just with the green, it exploded.
Yeah. I want to see what colorways they have just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I was
So
just
they've
looking.
got
There is a dusty pink
pink.
there, and there's a
I think
powder.
this pink could go
Mm,
crazy.
yeah. There's a neutral. I don't think we're really in a neutral era still, but the neutral can blow as well, fairly.
Mm.
Mm. Let me check because I was there is. So yeah,
People in the chat are saying obviously the Rodeo bag is like the top seller of Balenciaga right now. I think it was Finn. Finn, do you want to hop on and give your insight? Because Finn always has good insight when it comes to things like this. Um, but yeah, a lot of people are saying they don't think it's going to catch on as much as the other bags.
as much.
What I will say though about the city bag is in the sense of like vintage, like secondhand, this bag has always been big. Like it's not, even though like now it's big on social media, I think because of like the push. But I've always known friends who have always wanted this bag and they've been like saving up for it on like the real or like something like that.
Yeah,
To get like the vintage ones.
yeah. The vintage ones were even going for an arm and a leg before, so I can only imagine
Oh
now what
yeah,
you go
super
for.
expensive. All this is going to do is make the vintage ones less
Mm.
valuable, obviously, because now you can just buy it on the website. Um,
Here's my thing though. What size is the strap for this bag, right? And
mm,
then you know, people are really into messenger bags now. Like shout out to Bella Hadid again. She's really and then there's the Coach bag, right? That new big Coach shoulder bag, the Brooklyn shoulder bag, right? And then the Balenciaga Genevieve. What's another tote? Like, cause there's a couple totes that are floating out there, as well
yeah,
as like the Bottega Veneta hot large bag as well. So there's a few bags that are messenger bag related slash tote related. So when it comes to the Balenciaga City Bag, we have to think what's the hardware like? How long is the strap? Because we're not in a small strap era right now, and Demna doesn't have the influence to change all of these women into wearing no straps anymore when everybody's been wearing straps for the past like couple years and everything like that. So how long is the strap? What's the hardware like? Is it fun to feel and hold? And what type of levers are they using, right? Because there's people that love real leather, authentic leather, the sheepskin OG leather, but then there's some people that are gonna absolutely despise the leather choices, like having real leather choices. So you have to find an alternative and just a supple leather, faux leather, I should say, plastic bag essentially. And he's been slated for having plastic everything. So now even the bag is gonna be plastic. So
That's true.
Yeah. Should be,
I wanted to the reason
Shout
why I have this show, this is Balenciaga Spring Summer 24. They actually had a lot of bags with the charm. So they've been kind of pushing this idea for a long time on like accessorizing your bags that way. But they also had like the city bags with all the different charms in this collection. Hello, Micah.
Oh, am I here?
Yeah, you're here. You're on the screen.
Oh,
you're
wait.
live.
1 second. Let me finish this biscuit.
Yo, Al, it's been
let me mute his mic quickly.
You on Twitter or IG, Al. So yeah, you need to hit me up. But did you see Diane? Shout out to Diane, the OG.
Yeah, shout out to Diane.
The mentor.
Dangling charms will be the ASMR of 2025.
Charms are really big. People have them on
Balenciaga
their
charms,
socks, right? So
yeah, the Crocs charms thing is like that's definitely a thing. Hello, Finn.
Oh yeah.
How are you?
I'm alright.
I'm good. Drunk. How are you? A bit drunk.
Hello.
Guys, I'm fuming. Imagine I ordered food and I ordered that Dishoom that I tried to get yesterday, bro. The driver stole
what
the
did
food.
you order?
So 2 days in a row, I haven't managed to get it.
Why would the driver steal your food?
Bro, he robbed it. I'm fuming. I'm irate. It's absolutely ridiculous. And now I'm on chat with live chat. Dishoom, bro.
Yeah, but what did you
order? And now I'm talking to live chat trying to get my money back. Oh, chicken ruby, garlic naan, and rice.
That is a solid order, but you didn't get the black dal. Oh.
I'm still new to Dishoom, so I'm trying to discover like what's what. No, bro. Anyway, let's just continue with the fashion talk. But
yeah, Micah talks about Dishoom for like a few seconds, and they cooked him, bro.
I haven't even seen, bro. I'm not even looking at the fashion. Chat. I'm on my phone.
Contribute to the fashion talk.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Let me wait, let me just see what these lot have
said. Finn, you were saying that the Rodeo bag is one of the best sellers at Balenciaga right now. I wanted to get your insight on that because you would know more than me about the bags.
Yeah. So I was down New Bond today. Sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on.
Oh, Finn's disappeared.
Just walked past.
Okay, he's back.
Oh, am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Sorry, somebody was calling me. Yeah, so I went into the New Bond store and I was like, oh, I'm going to look at the bags. And they had no rodeos left. Except for one colour.
Is that because they don't have... Because, brands sometimes do this fake scarcity thing where it's like, oh, you need to go to the... Yeah, you need to go to the other store. We don't have any in stock, just to kind of add to the allure of like a brand being exclusive and hard to get. Like sometimes brands do that, but if like genuinely they had none left, that's crazy.
See, the thing is, right, I've got a problem with, like, I agree with that, but then Balenciaga's strategy is then like every window is covered in city bags.
Right.
And I was like, okay, cool, like blah blah blah. I was like, how are they selling? And they were like, well, they're on every wall. And I kind of took it as it's not selling. And I know from a fact that Dover Street, then they didn't sell at all. So they took the city bags out of Dover Street.
Damn.
And they've kept the Rodeos in Dover Street. Yeah.
And that's what I said earlier, saying that it's exploding on social media, but like when it comes to sales, that's always a different thing. That's why I was asking the question, like, do people think it's going to translate into actual sales figures, or is it just like they're trying to push it and that's why obviously people on social media are responding, but will it have that trickle effect into the actual people's pockets?
Can I just say there is actually a tear rolling down my eye as I stuck a pretzel got stuck down my throat. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh god, it's a
Are
hard
you
life.
okay?
It's a hard life.
A pretzels, what did it for you? Crazy.
Yeah, honestly.
Finn, they're
But-
telling you in the chat to breathe. Just breathe,
Nah.
take a breath, deep breath.
Sorry, guys, not gonna happen. But yeah, but actually, in general, every luxury store was fucking dead, and it was 2-3 o'clock on a Sunday, and
Right.
everybody was like, "We've had the deadest day." I don't know if that's just like an exception to the rule, but people are saying like New Bond has completely died as in terms of a street for shopping.
Damn.
Yeah, this is a post-pandemic thing for sure.
It's
Yeah.
also one of those
And-
post getting discount. What's the word? Post tax free.
Yeah. So
Oh yeah, that's true.
the Rodeo bag isn't necessarily. It's not my favorite bag, but Balenciaga. I'll say
I
that.
just think it's a bit boring, but I get it. It's like I get it.
If you know, you know.
It's half the price of
Yeah.
the Kelly, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I get it.
It don't seem fun. But listen, it's not about me. I do think charms will be a cool thing. There's a lot of girls that are. There's this trend on TikTok where it's like, have you seen how many keychains I've got? Like, and there's women with massive, massive, massive loads of keychains. So he is tapped into the zeitgeist where it's like this is a niche thing, right? Not necessarily niche because people do it with Crocs, but when you have Crocs, you accessorize your accessories. So you can have it for the bag as well. And if you can cross pollinate, then yeah, that'll be even more flyer, right? So the charm
Right.
These
thing,
women be walking around like the child catcher from Chitty Bang Bang. Do you know what I mean?
oh wow.
Walking around with the bells on the hands. It just
That's
looks so
interesting. I
bad.
wonder. This is literally like $3,000 in pointless charms, just like Balenciaga
Wait, how
padlocks.
many
and-
charms are there for free?
A lot. Well, this bag comes with the charms, and
Oh,
it's
I was about
it's
to say.
10K. It's $10,200. That's the large one though.
Is that the
Which is
Rodeo?
insane.
That looks like the Rodeo.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, what I was gonna say though, with the Balenciaga biker bag or city bag, right? I don't know what everybody else calls it, but with the Balenciaga city bag,
Yeah, I call it the motorcycle
There-
bag, but you
There's
know,
Yeah.
one.
whatever, city,
yeah.
whatever.
So I think that what they should do is have an obnoxiously sized one, like an extra large, because I know they've got like the small and the medium. They need an extra large one that's like just obnoxiously big, and because if we're talking about pillow bags, that is Bottega's thing, right? So
Yeah,
you need one that's just visually stunning, and I think with the type of leather that the city bag holds, that type of size will be able to express what they're trying to express properly, which is this is a fun bag to have. So yeah, you want to really
Maya,
tap
this is
into that paper
interesting
emotion.
because Maya says the city is one of the styles of the motorcycle bags. That's so interesting because I've always known like what they're calling the La City as the motorcycle bag. That's what I always called it, and like people
Yeah.
called it, like even when I was like getting into fashion, like that style of bag, people just call it the motorcycle bag. So that's what I thought. But that's interesting. I didn't even know.
Wasn't the
that
original
that's
one
one
with
of the
bigger
styles.
rivets?
The city bag.
Yeah, and that's why there was like city and then there was motorcycle, or the other way around,
Yeah.
because they like
Yeah.
refined it early on.
Yeah. Hello, Al. Do you want to add to the discussion?
Wow.
Al's got some
Hey.
insight for us.
So I guess 2 points I wanted to jump in on. One is, I think the charm discussion is actually pretty interesting because I feel like a thing that kind of doesn't get discussed is like where that kind of comes from, where like this overabundance of tags on these leather goods. I think that's a lot to do with like Harajuku fashion from like again around the same era, where like you had like girls put like on their
Oh
phones
yeah,
like
he's cooking.
so
He's cooking.
much
He's cooking.
mass
He's cooking.
of charms that like it would like be larger in like volume than the actual flip phone that they would use. And this sort of like super grotesque expression is, I think, pretty indicative of like the sort of anxiety about like their financial situation in Tokyo at the time, because that was the era right after the 90s bubble kind of went out. And so like there's and that also like kind of is more reflected in like the anxiety of post 9/11 with like all the Patriot Act and like all this new like ideas about like how surveilled the culture was going to be. Mix that with like feelings about paparazzi out in LA, and you have like this idea of like wearing shades all the time. This I think was like one of the first waves of like chrome hearts being popular, being like edgy and grungy in that way. I think arena leather like all ties back to that original explosion thing.
Yeah.
And now we have like this wave of nostalgia for this post 9/11 anxiety, right?
Yep.
And it's like being reflection of a reflection and trying to recapture that sort of glamour where the surveillance was because of your glamour and not because of, I don't know, like AI or whatever. And I think there is actually like a sociological component as to like why you would sell this like really tactile, distressed, grungy thing again 20 years later.
Yeah, the luxury bucket list says, I know Hermes has been selling expensive bag charms for decades. Yeah, and Balenciaga have been selling the charms for a long time too. I think it's just different because now it seems like they're pushing it more. They're putting it on the runway that way. Like they're really trying to like push it as a thing. So it seems
Is
like
it
now more
tacky?
than ever, they're trying to push it.
Is it tacky though? Like in my opinion, I don't fit like when it comes to who Gen Z and Gen Alpha are, when it comes to what they do with their hands and how they fidget and play and need, that they have that sensory overload thing, right? The charms is part of that. And when you can play with your keychain and you can fidget with all of these things on with your hands, and are able to focus and de-stress and do all of these other things, charms are part of that. And there's about to be a shift in all of the inherited money from the boomers and Gen X and everybody after that. So it's like, yeah, like we have to think about who he's generally aiming at. And yeah, there's this mix, right? Because this Rodeo, we're still on the Rodeo bag, but with the biker bag, there's one thing, right? But then with
they're doing the same thing with both bags. So I guess the
Yeah.
conversation works because they're pushing charms on both.
Yeah.
So it works either way.
These young kids need to bring back smoking. That's what you do with your hands.
Smoking as a fashion accessory.
Honestly.
So I think, like, go to the page with the biker bag with the charms. I want you to see something. Just look for, I keep calling it biker bag, city bag. Just click search city bag in the top thing, please.
What to like bring it on the screen?
Yeah, just put city bag in search. Down, 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 down. Below this. It's below this. There we go. You skip. Up. There we go. Yeah, up. Yeah, look at that. You see this, like, just the thought of all of these things with the like car, the metro, the coffee, all of these things where it's like you're put together but you're not put together, right? Like, what's it called again? A hot mess. Yeah. And it's quite Y2K, and it's very fun. Like that Balenciaga thing is like Barbie, but you know what I'm saying? There's all of these context clues and cues when it comes to what Paris Hilton was to our generation, actually the generation above me, right? So yeah, like there's a little bit.
Amelie says Brat.
It's like,
Every
well,
time
this is the
people
thing.
see green, Brat.
You guys, yeah, you guys. This the thing. They call it Brat, but we call it like, what's it called again? That's hot. Like, that's what
Hot
person.
girl summer, no joke. Hot girl summer.
No, well, I wouldn't call this a hot girl pot thing, but it is a Paris Hilton style thing, right? This is, the OC. This is
It is very Y2K. It is, but it's harkening back to this, like, and it's even what we talked about with Chloe. I think a lot of designers are trying to do it. It's like kind of like whatever the aesthetic is, it has to look nonchalantly effortless. So it
Yeah.
has to look like it's just, and this picture is kind of like nonchalant. It has like, it's not, you're not trying too hard to be chic or whatever. You're just stuffing your things in your bag and it still looks cool type of vibe.
I would actually claim the opposite. Like, I would say that like
Yeah.
what is being attempted here is like past like khaki, but into the grotesque again. The original Harajuku inspiration was an attempt to like kind of take an idea of something cutesy, a bag charm, and make it transgressive by how grotesquely and over the top it was.
Cutesy,
And I
demure.
exactly.
Oh no,
But
please don't say demure.
it's I think in a way a very safe way to take like a space for femininity and like make it transgressive by like kind of loudly proclaiming your existence. One has to not just like think about like it visually, but also the auditory component of like all this
Taking
shit
up
just
space,
clanking
isn't it?
around. Yeah, it's not just taking up space, but it's also drawing attention to yourself. And I think what I think would inherently be almost like a negative way. It has to be like transgressive in a way to kind of fit in with Balenciaga's, I think, core brand ethos
But is
and
that
consumer.
transgressive though? Like, because
It isn't obviously because it's caring, but like
yeah,
that's what it's being
like
packaged as. The original Harajuku wave, the original thing it's based off of, was transgressive, and this is what they're repackaging and selling it to you in like a
yeah,
safe
I
because
don't think it's
luxury,
a repackaging.
50x markup way.
I would have
what
to disagree.
yeah, because what I think these brands are doing is they're trying to like channel a sort of like going back to what I said, this kind of like nonchalant energy, but I don't think there's anything transgressive because that's how my bags look like all the time, whether I meant for it to be like that or not, because I throw my camera in there and I throw my wallet in there and I throw my books in there that I'm reading and studying. And so it's kind of like a hot mess and you can see like the items leaking out of my tote bag when I'm walking around.
Yeah.
I don't think there's necessarily anything transgressive about it per se.
Here's my thoughts, right? Would you call stickers on a MacBook transgressive? Like, there was an era where my generation would put all the stickers on our skateboards and our MacBooks and on our bags, like, and it was just an expression of our personalities, right? But when I look at this bag, not necessarily this bag, but just the lifestyle of the woman that would be buying into the bag, right? There are those that are in quotes hot messes, but then there's also the passenger princesses who have their life, and but both of them have their life in a bag. And for that, you have all of the things that you'll take out based on that. And then you have, the little nuances like, needing to fidget, being able to
Yeah.
have the charms that are, like I agree with the auditory thing and the sensory thing. But when it comes to the transgressive part, this is kind of just the style and the expression of personality that is partially things that we do today. I have a bunch of things in my bag now that are there regardless. It looks a state, but I'm building a collection of tote bags that are made to be like this.
Can I?
Like, they're
Can
just
I
made
just
to be
like?
like this. And I'm kind of I'm subversive, but I'm not transgressive. For sure.
Go on, Finn, tag in.
So we're talking about these messy bags and stuff. So I'm just thinking about my life, right? And I don't take a big bag out with me. I have a tiny little in around bag that I've been using on the daily, that fits my AirPods, charger, wallet, and passport because don't have ID. And I don't need anything else. But I work from home. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't
Do you
need
drive?
to bring. No, of course I don't drive. Girl, I'm gay.
What? That was funny.
Yeah, Aya, can you quickly scroll down to the next one? The next kind of like editorial of the bag.
Yeah. Also, Micah, I want to ask Micah a quick question. What do you think about them having this image on a floor? Because remember, I don't know if you want to talk about like the backlash on your channel about your bag. It's kind of like an interesting concept where they're almost kind of like pushing this idea of once again not treating your bags as like this like element of a thing that you can't put anywhere, and you have to like treat it with so much care that you almost don't use it as it's intended to be used, because at the end of the day it's a bag. Like use it like a bag. So I want to know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think with this Balenciaga campaign in particular, like they're just trying to push the image of this city bag as being like the antithesis of, you know, like a Birkin. So, you know, like we've said, you know, it's a mess, it's messy, you've got charms all over it, they're putting it on the floor. It's kind of, it just adds to that kind of, I don't know if I'd personally use the word transgressive, but it adds to that. It's the polar opposite of a lot of things that were maybe quite trendy 2 years ago, where they're just trying to push of like, oh, it's just part of my day-to-day life. I just have my Balenciaga bag with all my charms on it, and I just chuck it on the floor, and you know what I mean? Like, that's what I get from it anyway. But what's weird too is if you go back on the image, I swear it's an edit. It doesn't look like they actually took it off the floor.
No,
like,
it's not an actual
it's
floor. It looks, it's Photoshop.
It was an edit, which I thought was an interesting choice. But yeah, because they easily could have just.
But I think that makes sense because Y2K era was like shit. Looks like that. Like people, people are making these shitty ass edits and like kind of transposing things on top of one another. Like that makes a lot of sense if that's like the aesthetic they're going for.
Micah, they could never be you with your speedy on the ground.
I still don't understand the controversy behind this, but you know. We move.
I think I do think like there is a part to play with some of these things, and I found the original video of the woman with the keychains. Give me a moment, but oh yeah, I will send it to you in the back channel just so you can see. But with
what video is it? Is there some sort of viral video to do with the city?
Yes, there's a viral video trend on TikTok based on.
Oh, could you send me the link? Because I definitely haven't seen it.
I've never seen this.
Okay, yeah. So wait, you were talking about your speedy and all of, so yeah, so we were talking about something that's subversive. I don't know whether there is this anti-Birkin thing. I don't know. I wouldn't call the Balenciaga biker bag the anti-Birkin. I think like we would be aggrandizing it too much to saying that.
I just think it's that, and what it stands for in this current wave of campaign is the antithesis of a Birkin.
The problem is that's really good marketing for them if you say that, and I'm trying not to. I don't want to give that to them. I just don't want to give it to them. Now, I don't think when Demna was like in the boardroom and all of these guys were like, you know what we can do? We can make the anti-Birkin. Like, no,
but even if they didn't desire it to be that way, that's definitely how it's come out. You know
okay,
I mean?
To be fair, like if you're just that's how you're receiving it, then
yeah, that's how I'm receiving it. Like I just think this because we're in where I feel like we're coming out of that clean. What was it called again? Quiet luxury. I feel like the quiet luxury in terms of like being in the headlines has died down a lot. So now people are looking for the new trend to hop on. I think a Birkin fits quite comfortably in quiet luxury because some people saw quiet luxury and mistook it with like minimalism, and a Birkin kind of fits in with that minimal look sometimes. Yeah. So something like this where you've got, like I said, charms all over it. That one, the edit we saw was a wacky color. It's a lime green bag sitting on a musty floor. Like, you know, it's the opposite of what people would traditionally. I think if I put a Birkin on the ground, people might kill me. Like,
I would do that though. I just don't understand. Like, buying stuff to just not use it like
Yeah.
a normal thing. I don't understand that. Like, yes, it's expensive, but like, I'm not going to make my life more difficult just because I have an expensive bag. If that's the case, I just won't buy the bag.
See, Maya, I agree with you. A beat up Birkin says something different from a clean new one. I agree. I wouldn't buy a new Birkin. I would never buy a pristine Birkin. I wouldn't even buy a Birkin, but
No, I like those fuck off massive Birkins. They're so
Yeah,
hard.
the
They're the ones that are like
hats, the
ridiculously
hats.
big.
They're called the hats.
I
They're
need
so good.
those because I know Finn said he doesn't carry like a big bag around, but I'm the total opposite.
I
I
only
carry
carry
my
big
life
bag. If
everywhere.
ideally I
Literally.
have no bag, and if I have to have a bag, it better be a huge bag.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree
it
with
has
that.
to
I
be
agree with that.
huge.
Well, that was the original wave of what the Rodeo was trying to attempt, right? Like, if you want to say that like this is the anti-Birkin, then like the Rodeo is like the ironic Birkin in quotes, right? And
Right.
it's such like I think the idea of these big bags are such a big part of people's lifestyle that I think even Coach makes a variation of this style now.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
sure. Because I was saying, even Coach, I feel like Coach have been pushing that kind of like accessorize and charms thing for a little second now. I forget how long ago it was, but I've definitely seen like a campaign from Coach, or maybe even some sort of runway they did, where all the bags had mini bags on them and all sorts of like just loads of different accessories and charms and things on the bag. And then I'm thinking of, oh, this is actually a test for the millionaires in the chat as well, because if this sells out, then I know it.
He said
But,
that, millionaires.
But I
Go on,
know
Luke.
Prada as well. I was selling Prada have that buckle bag that they've been selling, the bag that has the belt loops on it. And I was there
Babes,
the
I
other
saw
day,
that
and
today. Ooh.
they sell so many accessories for that bag. I didn't even realize. So you can have like different accessories that loop onto the belt loop as well. So like sunglasses cases, wallets, mirrors, like all sorts of stuff. So even
Put a chain on your bag.
Prada, which I think is traditionally trying to appeal to a very different demographic to maybe Balenciaga, are still trying to find a way to sell people these kind of accessories and charms that people are putting on bags. So it really is just like it's a whole wave right now.
Right.
The chat's going crazy.
All right, so
Yeah.
I sent you 3 videos. You can play the first one up until like 10-15 seconds. Actually, you can play the third one. Just play the third
Yeah.
one.
So long as there's not, is there copyrighted music in the background, or is it just someone talking?
It's people
All right,
talking.
perfect.
It's
Perfect.
all of them is them talking. And then there is a girl, I think she's got a Michael Kors bag. It probably is a Michael Kors bag. That is actually explaining like just the thought process behind it. And they're all different types of women, but having the same ideal, right? Which is having keychains, having charms, having all that. And this is before, we're even talking about this. So this is
Right.
already part of the zeitgeist. So this isn't, the like Balenciaga's introducing this, or some, next entity is doing something. It's like,
Yeah.
this is what the girls want. So, let them have it type business. So I think he's really tapping into something. I don't want to call it the anti-Birkin. I don't like that's not it. They don't favor me at all. But they are delivering on something that is valuable. If they have an XL version of the biker bag, I would consider getting it. Like,
I would too. If it was huge, I need like because I carry like tomorrow I'm going to London, but for 1 hour. But because I don't live in London, it takes me like 1.5 hours to get there and 1.5 hours back. And in that 3 hours of travel time, I'm like, well, I could like edit on my laptop. So then I have to take my laptop, which is 16 inches. So like I can't fit that into any tiny bag. So that's why like I always end up taking like a huge bag everywhere I go.
Yeah, exactly.
Just show up empty-handed. Your client will love it.
Nah, that won't work. Chantal of East says, putting a bag on the floor is bad luck in some cultures, yet there are lucky charms all over it. Some kind of irony, maybe. That's actually a good point.
Yeah, play the second video.
you
Well,
want me
no,
to
play the
second one?
third video, and
Okay.
then we play the second one, and then we can listen to her say what she wants to say.
Also, before you put the video,
You can have it
have
on
you
mute,
seen-
by the way. It's just them showing their charms. The third one. The second one's the one that we could listen to.
So you
Have
want
you
me to
seen
play the
one that-
third one?
Yes, the Geordie one.
Okay. Yeah, because the third one, it's like tour of my keys or something like that.
Yeah, you don't like it's gonna be like 10-15 seconds. We're gonna see 3 people's keychain charm things. So yeah, I screened them all already. So yeah.
Interesting.
Ever seen someone with more keychains than
Mood though.
I want you to know is that they're all different types of women as well. That's it.
Right.
Then we go to the second one. That's this the video of the woman who is distinctly describing how she perceives this.
I really dreamed about being an
Right.
adult who had keychains that were just really obnoxious and really loud. Where's my other one? And I am her now. So when I walk around and I get on my car, I take my bag, got my glasses on, I get out of the car and I'm walking. These are making all of this noise, and I love it. I love it. I actually love it. Got loads of Paris stuff because I've been to Paris a lot. These are from Copenhagen.
So yeah,
This
I think
this
that's
is my
okay
pizza
then.
beer opener.
Yeah.
I don't really drink beer that often.
So it's like all different. Like this is 4 completely different women from different parts, but you
Right.
see how she has like an ideal and identity in her
Right.
mind about what she perceives it to be. Obviously, like each one of us are guys with different like lifestyles already, but then we're men. But when it comes to these young ladies, right, they are talking about something, they're feeling something else, right?
Mm.
So for me, when it comes to it, it's like, okay, you got all of these on your keychain, but imagine if you can put it on your back.
That's true because so something I do, which I saw her kind of alluding to slightly, is like every time I go to a different country, I buy a fridge magnet. So then I put it on my fridge, and then it's kind of like a good kind of reminder of like nostalgia of like, oh, that was when I went to Paris. Oh, that was whatever. And she kind of has a keychain version of that, which is actually insane because
Exactly.
it's like they like join all of them together in one. That's like, and if you can
Bro.
accessorize your bag instead with keychains of like different places you've been, so you have like an Eiffel Tower keychain and a
Globe-trotting, jet setting.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's very interesting.
We spoke about that fridge magnet thing, and it's like, yeah, like every single body in my family, like one thing we do is the family fridge has every place we traveled pretty much. So
Yeah,
it is really interesting, fairly. So like I think yeah, so these girls, they're fire, and I think this is valuable. And someone said that this is niche to them. Yes, yeah, it's still kind of niche. I'm not gonna say like it's but there's millions of views. There's like over 400,000 likes on the original one. I think it's got millions of views. So and
yeah,
almost 500k likes. So yeah, like I want to give you the original creator's name. Actually, give me a second. I think her name is Peyton. Give me a second. But yeah, she's like this big shiny woman who is like just one of those not middle of America, but just like American teen babe, whatever you want to call it, right? But yeah, she's a regular Americana type girl. So yeah, that's really all I have to say about it. But yeah, I'll see how many views this original video has. But do you want to move
My
on?
bag. This is funny. My bag now is full of keychains from where I've traveled, jingle in the office. That
See?
bag just jingling away. It's a weird, twisted status symbol in a way. Like you see someone's bag, you can see that they've been to Paris and they've been to Milan because they have a Duomo keychain and all that stuff. It's kind of weird, but it's
And-
interesting.
Just
I
talk
kind of
about
like
it.
it.
Think about it, yeah. Remember the jerking era when we had keys in our
Excuse
back
me?
pocket?
Yeah,
The
I remember that.
Japanera. Yeah, like what was actually on those keys and the keychains. But
Nothing.
for some reason, I had a keychain with a bunch of charms in my back pocket, regardless
It's
of the
just an
situation.
aesthetic thing.
Exactly.
Although you wouldn't have that many
No,
keychains,
not that.
like
It
you would
wouldn't
like,
fit in my pocket. These are skinny jeans now as well.
yeah.
You catch my drift though. It's like it's fun, it's cutesy, it's it's bubbly, and it's a icebreaker. You get to
Yeah.
tell stories about where you've been, and people get to ask, what does this one mean? Instead of like a tattoo, you have a keychain, and
Do you even?
This is
Oh, God.
funny though. All the clink
yeah.
clink clink sounds sounds like an easy lick in the wrong
Here's the
street.
thing, yeah. Do you know what's funny about it? Also, it's like you're having very not demure. I didn't say it for a reason, but
Yeah, not demure.
but you're wearing your AirPod Maxes. That's what they're called, right? The ones with the strap, the big headphones. Like that's what they're doing. They're not regular. They're not regular guys that are just like walking around the streets with no earphones. Like these girls are living a different type of life. They're cooler than us,
Right.
which is calm. So yeah. And not everybody wants to stab their bag with a badge. Like some people like charms. But yeah, sorry about the deep dive into charms on bags, but I did actually.
No, I think it's actually very, very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, because
The
I've
chat unlocked something about faux fox keychains. Do you remember those tails?
yes.
Yeah.
And I was in year 7, and they were everywhere, and like every quote unquote cool kid had one, and I begged my parents for one, and my dad literally laughed at me, and he was like, "I'm not fucking buying you a fake fur like keychain. You can fuck right off." And he was like, "Grow up."
Didn't Daniel Lee attempt to bring those back and it just whiffed?
Yeah. They still have them in store. I saw them today.
No, but this is what I was referring to when I talked about the original Harajuku wave and how transgressive it was. Like it is loud. It is like one step removed from like that guy in public transportation or the tube playing music from his phone, like out loud. It's one step removed from that. I think it expands your like personal space hitbox, as it were, to use a video game term.
Bro.
All right.
Do you want me to tell you a story? I remember like I have a tote bag, right? And I walk everywhere with this tote bag nowadays. Like I've got multiple tote bags, but this particular one I walk around it with everywhere. Like, and I have a bunch of stuff in there. Have my bottle, have my earphones, I have my mints, everything like that. So I'm walking now, walking. But I walk my headphones. So all the time I'm just walking around with this tote bag. One time,
Are your headphones wired headphones or are they wireless?
No, they're wireless, of course. I'm not that cool. But my earphones wasn't working one time, and I just heard the jangling in my bag, and the swooshing because the nylon tote bag of everything clinking and clanking and hitting each other, and I was like, "Wait, am I making this
Okay,
amount
Dr.
of
Seuss.
noise?" I just started like. I started cringing at myself, like, wow, I'm making bare noise. I wonder if people just find me obnoxious, like, but to what you guys are saying, like this, like that's me. I'm a grown man though, but for some people, this is like a status symbol, which is interesting.
Yeah. Maria, this is an interesting take. The keychain craze is a way to enhance the bag and not overconsume / buy more bags and keeps it interesting. I guess the overconsumption is coming in the form of keychains instead of bags. But I know that on social media, like there's this like underconsumption craze that everyone is doing. Now everyone is like focusing on underconsuming, and you have all these bag influencers that are saying, "Oh, why I'm like clearing out my bag collection, all these things, why I'm selling all my bags, all these kind of things." So that's a very interesting take.
Do you want to segue into the LV?
Yeah, we should.
Wait,
so
before you go,
What happened to LV?
We'll get into it. Don't worry. What Finn? What do you want to say?
Just quickly, I wanted to say about how we were talking about Balenciaga sort of being like the fake Birkin, like the anti Birkin or whatever the case may be. They've done a fake they've done a fake Longchamp, and it's like the Longchamp pliage bag, and it's called the Genève. And I was talking to somebody on the design team literally last week, and they wanted to call it the wrong champ, and legal wouldn't let them put it through. So it's a direct like fuck you to all the like the popular bags right now. That was all.
Damn.
So all I'm hearing is that anti-Birkin might have more power than we think.
Yeah, basically. Right, we can talk about LV now. Sorry.
Yeah. Dami, do you wanna lean into it quickly, or do you want me to start it off?
Please start it. I'm making a comment currently.
All right. No, it's just a funny story, but I thought I could open a deeper story around it. So it's kind of, some of you might have seen or heard about the story because it's kind of like newsy, I guess, but it was like it's not that new. But basically what happened, it was like I think a week ago, maybe like a few days ago, where there's this big story of like a woman in China who was treated poorly by the staff in Louis Vuitton when she went in there to buy clothes. So in an act of revenge, she returned at a later date, and she brought a large bag containing 600,000 yuan, and they had to like count it. She like pretended to pay for something, I think. And they had to count these notes one by one, and after they finished counting, she just left. Which is hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious that like she was plotting and planning on how to get revenge on these staff members that treated her badly, and eventually got back at them. But why I thought this was an interesting story is I wanted to open a wider conversation around kind of like luxury stores and customer service, and kind of this weird thing that luxury brands do, where for a lot of brands it's kind of embedded into their marketing to kind of treat customers badly, because it kind of makes people want things more. It's kind of strange. You treat people badly and then they want to prove to you that they can afford something or buy something instead of just leave. And like me personally, that's why I don't shop in luxury stores, because it's not the greatest experience for me. I like to shop in stores like the allotment store, or like different consignment stores. I've always been that person rather than a person that goes into luxury stores and buys stuff. But what do you guys think?
I guess I'll go. I think like it's just a general problem with like the fact that you're dealing with like these high ticket items where you got a lot of curious customers wanting to like have the store experience, and then like they never buy anything. And like there's the idea that like, on one level, that's not what you're there to do. You're there to be the face of the brand. These customers might go online later where they're more comfortable or like have done more research and like actually buy something. But like it doesn't necessarily reflect on like how they treat their big spenders versus people who spend nothing. Like these are human beings. They can have bad days. They can, be more snippy at the end of the day or what have you. I have a personal anecdote about a friend of mine who was actually a fashion major in school and was interested in like developing knitwear and such. And then he like went to like the Versace store, and he had such a bad experience with like a snooty essay there that like he like switched his career around, got out of fashion because like he realized he would have to deal with people who are I guess aligned poorly with customer service in the future. And like the fact that like there's no way a brand could like actually control how like down to the essay level, like how they treat people all the time, just due to the fact of like it being a very difficult to control situation in retail, that he switched out of it completely. And now it's a happy end because he works at Goldman Sachs and it's fine. But he still got out of the fashion game, and he was really into the idea of like getting into knitwear and exploring like different ways of fabrication of knitwear and everything. And we lost him due to this bad technical service. He wasn't just lost as a customer for Versace. He was completely disillusioned with the industry.
Me, but
Damn.
except I just get paid a shit wage.
So I find this like I had a feeling where you were gonna go, but I wanted to hear generally where you wanted to go with this, and I do find this to be a big deal. This is a clapback because usually when you hear these stories about being mistreated, people start spending loads and
They
loads
do to prove themselves, which is
I'm rich enough
kind of
to
counterproductive.
exactly right. But this woman did exactly what I probably would have done. It was a bit, it was very petty, not even just a bit, but it's also indicative of what's happening with the lawsuits, with all of these luxury companies as well, right? Which is customers aren't taking this anymore. Like they're generally not gonna take this line down, and they're gonna bring the sales, at least that portion of the business part, down, because post pandemic people like being outside and they like a great shopping experience, right? And with these luxury companies, when you realize how important human interaction is, these customers are saying that these luxury companies aren't meeting the bar anymore, and we need them to meet the bar. And as much as you can't control every single store, great management should allow you to be able to control these particular spaces where your products are in, because more often than not they don't have like tens of thousands of stores, because they're not any old retailer. They're in specific locations around the world, right? So generally they should be able to have a way that the employee should act, right? And just my final point, like as a stylist, when I'm working with these items, in terms of the price point where it's very expensive for certain customers, right? You don't necessarily say, oh yeah, go over there, go over do this is over there, and convince them to buy. Of course there's some people that think that they can try to do that, but when it's an important purchase for a customer, one thing that I've always noticed is that you want them to be endeared to the thing that they're buying, rather than caring about what you think that they should think. So giving your opinion is only something that you wish that they can give you, rather than anything else. But I say all of that to say that it's important as a sales associate or a stylist or someone that is more of a concierge, right, which is the type of role that you take up on, that you're more so consulting the customer rather than treating them like the dirt on the bottom of your shoe, really and truly. And I think that's what this sales associate position is going to evolve into. People are going to be paid a little bit more, so you're not going to get very, very young people, and it's going to be an important position in terms of dealing with customers, rather than the position that is thought of now, where it's like, oh, anyone that really wants a retail job can kind of just get it, as long as like you're above a certain age bracket and you have this amount of experience selling high ticket items.
So I agree, but also in the context of LV, I think Louis Vuitton stores are like the Walmart of luxury stores, because you go in and they literally go, what do you want to buy? And they go, oh yeah, you can have that one, but you can only buy one with the canvas, and then we're blocking you to buy any other bags, and you can only then buy leather bags. And it's like they don't give you any information. They just go, you want it? Okay, I'll give it to you, but I'm going to limit you. It's just so bad. And then, like, I'm just using today as an example, right? Because I've been shopping. Like, I went into Moschino, and I'm interested in Moschino at the moment. But the customer service, because they're not hugely busy, they were like, let me talk to you about the collection. Because they've got time to think about, like, what the collection's about, what they've got staff training. Whilst LV, you can literally just like, if you work at Selfridges, you can apply for an LV job within a year. You know,
Right.
and like if you want to work for Hermes, you're probably looking at 4 years, 5 years minimum. And same with Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton have become really prestigious with their like applicants and stuff, especially when you work for like a
Wait,
like
applicants for what? Sorry.
like
Work.
to become an SA. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Just I think like in the context of LV for this customer, I think their service is actually shit. You may as well
Yeah.
just buy it online.
Also, the luxury bucket list. This is an insane story. I knew a girl in 2008 spent 11.5k at Hermes to get a chance at a Birkin. They laughed in her face. That stuck with me because at the time that was a lot of money to me, and she was insulted and denied. I mean, even if this is what I don't understand about the customer service. Even if like you're still not going to give the person the allocation, to laugh in someone's face is just so insane. It's
Just
just so insane and so unnecessary.
That was an accident. So, but yeah. Can you put that back up? What happened? What was it that happened?
The story.
2008. They laughed at her face.
Yeah.
Why did they laugh at her face?
Because they weren't going to give her the allocation, I guess.
Okay.
Even though she spent a lot of money.
That's crazy.
It's strange. It's strange. It's really strange.
But yeah, like I do believe these places are generally gonna have to change, and I want the customer to force them to change. And
Yeah, I
this is the
agree.
thing, right? We're forcing a company to change so we can spend money with them, right? Me personally, I believe in the power of withholding the dollar, or your currency, your funds. I know there's not a lot of people that are of that same mentality, but me, when it comes to in quotes boycott, I never really call it a boycott because like, you know, anyone that says they're boycotting stuff and they don't know how much you have to boycott to boycott it. But I digress.
But I can see why clients are going in store to like try
I
stuff on and
digress.
then buying it online.
That's what I was about to say, because I was going to
I
say.
think it's important. Yeah, let me just finish the point. Like, I just think it's important for the places to change, but then more so us withholding certain consumer bases, not saying all consumers, but certain consumer bases to withhold their spending with certain places, especially of those who aren't part of the 0.1%.
Michael, what are you going to say?
No, I was just going to touch on, and I mean, we all know it, but I just think no one happened to mention it, is that the tricky part, and the thing that's easy to forget, that like, no matter how rubbish the customer service experience is, what all of these brick and mortar stores have tied to them is the fact that, you know, they actually have the garment inside. And like, someone like me, if I have the option to go and feel something and try something on in person, I will always take that over, you know, just guessing online. Some people are a lot more comfortable ordering things online than maybe I am. I love to be able to go in, feel it, try it on, see if it's the right size, see if it fits how I want, blah, 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 blah. So it's like, if I want to do that, even if I know the place like has shit sales associates or whatever, it's either I do that or I maybe just don't buy the piece altogether. So I guess it just depends on how much you like what you're considering as well. But yeah, the fact that they actually have the garments or the shoes or whatever, the jewelry in there is the main reason that we're going there in the first place. You know what I mean?
Well, I actually really agree with you, Micah, because like I'm going to use Moschino for an example again, but I have bought quite a bit of Moschino since the new collections come out, and I had bought it all online and it hadn't arrived, and then I emailed the London store being like, "Hi, I'm worried this isn't going to fit me," and they had every piece that I bought online, and they were like, "Oh, we'll just redirect the sale to London." And then I went in today to try everything on, and I am so fucking glad I did, because stuff that I was like, that's definitely going to fit, didn't fit. And the stuff that I didn't think was going to fit did fit. And it was like a really weird experience. I mean, it's also down to like sizing, but it was such a new experience for me, because normally I'm really good with sizing. And they were like, oh, don't worry about it. We'll get you a smaller size. Like, don't worry about it. Like, we'll just cancel that off the order. Like, it's like those sort of levels of service are just different. Do you know what I mean? You can't get that online.
Yeah, like I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't necessarily promote shopping online fairly. But I would say in terms of the value of that, because I think what you're saying is really important, Finn. Because when I'm serving people, or when I was serving people, in terms of like just styling, it's like knowing, especially when you're guys, right? It's like knowing the chest measurement, knowing the hip measurement or the ab measurement, the waist measurement, everything included. And the drop, how do you like your trousers legs to drop, the circumference of the thigh, all of the measurements, just to say that should be on file in terms of the value of the customer. Obviously bodies change and everything like that, but being able to deal with the customer correctly, like just from the sales side, it should be more valued, especially when someone is spending in excess of 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. It shouldn't only be reserved for those people that spend 100Ks and 20K couture pieces. It doesn't make sense to me, because when you want lifelong customers, you don't act like that. But for some reason, when it comes to regular middle class people that are shopping in these places, they seem to treat them like, we can get you a dime a dozen, when in reality they hold things together sometimes.
Another dimension that I want to bring up is that recently we've discussed this trend of like hyper luxury, where like instead of just like a 3K coat, it's a 6K coat, and the 6K coats aren't in the stores because they're made to order, and you don't know what they look like, you don't know what the sizing's like. The SA won't even show you the catalog for the item unless you're one of these high value customers that they have. So the value of going into the store is diminished, not only by obviously the bad customer experience of being like, oh, I can't even see that, I can't even try that on, but like it seems to be like the natural way that these that the new executives are taking the direction of these hyper luxurious items, is that no, you can't see them, no, you can't touch them, these are not for you. And that's, I think, like a big reason why, like, for instance, the new Gucci is failing, is because they pivoted entirely the Sabato collections for those customers. So the extent that even if you want to see like one of those like scarf accessories from Sabato's work, you can't. You only see like the leftover Michele designs or like their general collections in the stores. You can't try any of the new stuff on. It's no wonder that none of his new designs are selling that good, because none of it is in the stores.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. It felt really sort of depressing walking past Gucci today, because I was like, wow, there's no excitement there. It feels very stale. And like you said, it's like those core pieces is all I saw.
Was that the Bond Street store?
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's a weird time.
Yeah, I do think this might be an inflection point for retail in general. I think, and I do believe this is a really important conversation, because when it comes to this, it's not necessarily about just diverting your dollars, because even the newer spaces don't have great customer services. So I don't want to call out any names, but anyone that is selling an item for over £300, that is a new brand in the past 5 years, some of these places don't have the best customer service, and they like to act like, oh, we finally made it because we have all of these sales, or we're connected to X celebrity over here, blah 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 blah. So we can now act like douches to the customer, when it's like, whoa.
But do you
Like,
know what's funny? I think
that's
it's
not how it works.
indicative of like the fashion industry in general and how people that work for brands don't do what's in the best interest for the brand, and it confuses me into my core. Like, I'm sure, Finn, you've been through this, Michael, probably the same thing, where like I will email the PR for a brand and say, oh, this is what I do. I'd love if I can get an opportunity to like interview the designer. And the PR will literally respond with, oh, the designer said they're busy, but the designer sends their regards. And then the next day I might get a personal email from the actual designer themselves being like, oh, sorry, I just saw the message. I'm actually available, to let me know when you can do the interview, which means that the PR person didn't actually ask the designer. It was when the designer saw who it was and maybe they knew who I was that they're like, oh, actually, no, I'd love to do an interview. So the PR is not even doing what the designer would do or would want to do. So they're not even acting in the best interest of the person that they're working for. And it just, that's what fashion essays remind me of. They just like do whatever they want to do because their personal ego or because they think you don't
Gatekeeping.
deserve an interview with the designer, even though the designer would want it. They're not acting in the best interest of who they're working for. It's insane.
They talk to people based on how this person is dressed sometimes, and I think that's the majority of the time. Sometimes, right? And I'll tell you now, and someone who owns, let's say, a global company that, like, personally, right, and someone that's like a very, very major accountant for very big banks, I know, they both dress dull. They're both dull dresses, right? And this is the thing: if they ended up walking into a Gucci, Balenciaga, I can already tell how they're gonna be treated because they just dress dull. Unless you saw the GMT master poking out of their, out of their wrist from the cuff of their shirt, you're probably gonna treat them like, the arse end of, not to swear, but down the bottom of your shoe. It's like, yo, this person this person's not just that this person's important, but this person can afford to be in here and should be allowed to be in here even if they're just browsing fairly. Like, all service generally is good service, but as in like customers coming into the store. So yeah, I don't really value that.
Demi, you're
that
right. Like, my stepmom, who I don't like, so I'm not trying to flex, has like doesn't dress up. I think she dresses like shit, right? She doesn't spend money on clothes. She might wear COS. That's like her COS is her nice clothes, right? But she has. Yeah, but I like COS as well. I just meant like that's her like going out clothes. Do you know what I mean? Like there is no level above that, which is absolutely fine.
Damn.
But she has quite a lot of money. She invests it and whatever. And she went into a department store and then she was like treated like shit in a certain designer boutique. And I was like, cool, like that just happens, like whatever. And then I said, did you have a handbag? And she was like, no, I was wearing the clothes I was wearing on the farm. And I was like, well, that's why you got treated like shit. And then a week later, she went back in with the same clothes, but she brought her Dior bag. And they asked if she wanted to sit in the VIP seat, in the VIP room.
Wow.
Because she had an expensive bag. And it was like a rare Dior bag.
But it's do you know what it is though? It's weird that you have to play that game because, like, what if someone is wearing something that's even more expensive, but the essays just don't know what it is? What if it's like a Nadine Gosson bracelet that costs, I don't know, it cost them like 80k or something.
Yeah.
Like,
but what if some people, sorry, some of these guys don't even know what Loro Piana is. What if I'm wearing a Loro Piana cashmere sweater and you just think it's a regular cashmere sweater?
I just think that the process of profiling people is weird. Personally, if I work somewhere, I'm going to treat everyone the same way, even if people are just browsing or they're not going to buy anything. And the stores that I buy the most from are actually stores where the customer service is like that. They treat everyone the same way. Like they're really trying to like tell people stuff and give people information whether they're going to buy something or not.
Well, the issue is that like the industry is still structured in a way where the essays are basically sales positions, right? But what they really are in the age of like where the brand is mostly deals in online commerce and in wholesale commerce to like Essence or Neiman Marcus or wherever, is that the essays are actually the front of house of marketing. And unless you have the essays buying into the idea that that they are marketing stakeholders, and there's and as long as their compensation is based off of commission, you literally will not see a change in behavior. Like they don't have any fiscal reason to change their behavior. They don't have any corporate reason to change their behavior because that's just not how their compensation is structured.
That's interesting. I just think like just back to one of the points I was making earlier. I just think if new brands adopt this way, then they're not really gonna grow as efficiently or as well as they think that they should, right? Because when you're competing with these major luxury brands, it's all the ancillary things are important, right? So the way you remember certain customers' names and customers that aren't your clients, and the way that the sales associate, because you've got to think that this sales associate for a lot of these people, especially if you're a new brand, is their first time interacting with your brand, or let's not say the first time, but maybe the third time, but they're just walking down the road to your next or inside the department store, and your stall is right next to, you know, or down the way from X luxury brand. So now this sales associate is representative of your brand, and they are just having a terrible day, but you know it's not in your script for them to be actually cheerful and nice. So now you have a terrible person that gave a terrible impression, that now this person has a bad taste in their mouth about the brand. So yeah, but yeah.
I agree.
I'm gonna be designing the urban totes, by the way. It's dropping soon.
I do think that a lot of stores are just out of touch, and like, but the SA thing, like especially in the UK and in Europe, we can't really talk about America because America's economy is a lot better than Europe right now. Many places in Europe, but like in the UK, an average sales assistant gets 28k plus commission, right? If you work in a luxury brand, maybe a bit more if you've got more experience, but 28k is below the national average, and especially in the cities that these luxury stores tend to be. You know, a lot of people not struggle because that's like wankerish, but like, you know, you're not exactly living the high life.
Yeah, you're living regular.
Considering to be in those roles, you need experience, like prior retail experience for a bit as well. They're not like entry level jobs. Yeah,
and plus there's central tax. Like these luxury brands are in central city of London, and it's expensive to travel there and eat there and do best of. So it's like, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
No,
yeah, the pay is asked before commission.
As someone friends with a former SA, the pay is asked before commission. That means obviously they need to change the pay structure, but obviously brands won't do that because
to be fair, the one that I do know has done it is Balenciaga.
Okay, what's the pay structure like now?
So a lot more people earn around 35k basic, which is nice, you know, is good. And then what they do is they do a group commission, but the group commission is target led. So if you don't hit the target, you don't get the commission, which in some people argue that's wankerish because you might have somebody that's like the best sales associate and gets the majority of the sales and therefore should be paid for that. But then there's also this argument that if you work as a team, and then the commission tends to be higher than what you would get if you were to be on your own. and I was talking to people that I know from like Balenciaga, and they're like, they come out with like 45k, which is good, but not a lot of brands is like. Obviously, this is the UK. There's not the same parameters than in America, but like people would beg for that money. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So I think there is some stores that are doing better, but there's also a lot of brands that are like still paying people. And I remember when I was in retail, which is over 10, like nearly 10 years ago now, 8 years ago, I was working for a shoe brand, and they said if you don't make commission, what did they say? Basically, they justified you having a lower minimum wage.
Damn.
Wow.
Because they were like, we're going to pay you less because we know you're going to get commission, and therefore you top up your wage with your commission, and then anything you earn over that with commission you get as extra. And this was this was probably like 7-8 years ago.
How American.
Yeah.
What these brands forget is that that kind of commission-led structure actually does breed a lot of animosity in the team as well, because like the people fight over clients and stuff. Like I was in this store the other day, just on a casual thing. Like I was looking at perfume and whatnot, blah blah blah, and there is someone I normally regularly speak to in that store, I guess, but he wasn't there, and I didn't really care because I was just there to browse. So I was just speaking with someone else from a different SA, and we really got along, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh, yeah, like, and can I have your number, blah, 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 blah. And I might buy this as well. And right away, she was like, oh, make sure you go to your, like, don't buy it from me, make sure you go to a regular person. And she was scared. And I was like, oh, is it a big deal here? And she was like, yeah, not going to lie, people get really funny about that kind of thing, blah, 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 blah. And in the end, anyway, I didn't buy anything that day, but I might not go back now, not out of spite, but it just like might not happen because I was just in the area. And that means that now the store in general is making less revenue and less commission because people were fighting over who's going to get the commission. When in reality, if it was like some sort of group thing, like Finn had said, then it would have been fine. I would have just bought something that day. So
yeah,
sometimes I ask if it's
that's
commission
happened.
or not.
Oh wait,
sorry, go on, Dami.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say like just to like buttress with your point. There was a story that I know I don't know this person as well, whereby they were really popular in this is Harrods, so I think already who I'm talking about, but they were really popular and they ended up with celebrities and everything like that, and they got like a lot of resentment was thrown their way based on other sales associates because they personally were doing really, really well, to the point where people were bullying them and just a bunch of microaggressions as a person of color. But yeah, it was just a really terrible experience for them, to the point where they left a really good, well-paying job based on the treatment of other sales associates, like with a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, like that doesn't really help, does it? So yeah, but Finn.
No, just I was just saying that I asked SAs now if it's group commission or individual, especially if I'm going in store, because sometimes, like if I like somebody, it just means that I'll like, if I'm going to go to that store often, then I don't care who I speak to, if it's group commission, then, or if it's not, I'll always speak to the person normally I have the best relationship with, like Dover Street's group commission, things like that. So I have like multiple relationships, so it doesn't really matter. And then the last point I wanted to make was Nectarine, because I made a comment about using commission to fulfill minimum wage. Basically, if you didn't meet commission, then obviously they have to pay you the minimum wage, but then you're not going to have a job for very long because you're not making commission, which means you're not making sales. So that was my point. And I'm going to drop off because I've got work in the morning. But have a nice night, everyone.
No, thanks for your input, man.
Have fun at work. Thanks for your input, Finn, as always.
I'll try.
Yeah, I think that's a chance to obviously jump into the next thing. I know, Dami, you had a lot to say about this, but it's the fact that Burberry is actually falling out of the FTSE 100, which is like really insane. Of course, I've already made a very detailed, like 2 hour live stream on Burberry and why they're going through issues and what they can do to fix it, and why it might not get any better if they don't change what they're doing. So if you guys want the deep dive into that, you can watch that live stream. It's just about the Burberry issues. But it's insane just to see that even more things are going wrong. Of course, they've dropped out of the FTSE 100 after their share price dropped by nearly 75% in the last 16 months, which is like so insane.
That's crazy.
And even the fact that, like, compared, because obviously the FTSE 100 is like the stock market index that is for the London Stock Exchange. So it basically means that based on the tracking that they've done for the top 100 companies, I believe it's based on market capitalization. And Burberry doesn't have the market capitalization anymore to be part of the FTSE 100 is crazy.
Yeah. So there. Wait, give me a sec. I want to make sure. So their last high, so their year to date, they haven't actually hit their year to date high in a long time. But if we go to from 1 year ago, they've only been going down, right? And this isn't necessarily a creative director thing, but they are down 1,500%. Right? Or like
No,
not
Burberry's
1,500%.
issues have absolutely nothing to do with the creative director. Obviously, I said it in the
Yeah.
video. The reason why they have issues is there's a huge inconsistency with their marketing strategy
Yes.
and their design. So there's just no consistency. They don't know what
Yeah.
they're doing. They don't know what direction to go in. 1 second they're hiking prices that don't even make sense because they don't have the customer base for that, and it doesn't make sense for Burberry. Next second, now they're questioning whether they should have hiked prices. They fired their old CEO. They brought a new CEO in. It's just a mess. They don't know what they're doing. That's why
Yeah.
it has absolutely not. I think if anything, the only good thing is Daniel Lee's collections. That's actually been the only good thing at Burberry. And the funny thing is, even those collections, they don't mean anything because they're not marketed well. Because as we know, when it comes to runway shows, it's not every single piece in the runway show that will sell. Most of it, will be things that the VIP customers will request, and they'll be like made to order for the most part. And it's only a few items from each runway show that the brand has to decide, okay, we're going to push this. Okay, we're going to put these bits in the stores. And they don't market that stuff well. They don't even know what they're marketing. It's a mess.
Yeah. Like
You know,
everything you said and more. And what I've been, going through, I've been like kind of studying this a little bit detailed, whereby the strategy that they were using for even the sales, I know you touched on the marketing, the strategy for the sales, like they were in outlets and then they pulled their stock from outlets.
Right.
And then there was a executive battle, right? So this, like, there was trouble with the CEO and like the C-suite executives, and any company that's having trouble with new people in the like top of the food chain is just gonna trickle down. And like when you look at pretty much like all of the news, I don't want to black bore or bog anyone down with like the news that has been coming through the past year, but literally like their market cap has dropped so drastically. And then there's all of the news that we hear, right? Because the news that they hear, that should I say, the news that we hear that isn't necessarily meant to affect the market cap, like Burberry destroying $1 billion worth of fabric, or what was that story like from 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they gave it to university students, etc., etc. So it's been happening for some time now, and their last high was April 2023. And anytime your highest high was more than a year ago, then it's just like you said. You said it was 16 months, right? So
Yeah,
that's where they're
16
tracking
months.
it from. And yeah, it's just been on a downturn from there. Like it's had its little peaks over the time, but no, nothing where it's adding value to the company. And there's not been any drastic news that could add value to this, market cap. And they were down 8% today. Like at
Yeah,
close.
and
So,
like obviously
down
because they're not in the FTSE 100 anymore, so they've basically been they're going to be demoted into the FTSE 250.
Yes.
And if they're not careful, they're going to be even demoted from the FTSE 250 if they continue not finding a right marketing strategy and not knowing what they're doing. And hey, if Burberry wants to take my ideas, hey, Burberry, someone from Burberry, if you're watching this, I literally have a 2-hour live. You can steal my ideas. I'm giving you permission. You can take it.
I was just gonna say, I know things are probably looking dicey for these, man, because I was on my Amex like rewards page the other day, and they're offering like discounts on Burberry. If I buy, I get all sorts of cash back if I buy directly from Burberry and stuff. So obviously, these lot have had a conversation, whatever. I think it's like, if you spend £600, you get £200 back from Burberry or something. And I was like, damn.
Right.
What's a good company to compare to Burberry? Now, what's a good company in that kind of area? That's probably not part. That's not part of a major conglomerate. Would you say Prada?
I'd say like Montclair, right?
Okay.
Or like
Is Montclair publicly traded?
Montclair has been exploding. Like Montclair has been doing so well.
Yeah, I mean, Burberry technically is sportswear. It's like outdoor stuff, outerwear. That's the legacy of the company. And I think that's like a similar thing with Montclair. But Montclair has reached out to so many more customer bases, has been more fashion forward, has been more fashion conservative, actually has an activewear line that people buy.
Montclair Genius for the fashion stuff.
Like, so if we make that comparison, like so when I'm looking at the charts, I don't know why I've turned this into a chart conversation, but hey, we're here now. Just looking at the two charts, right? The Montclair matched their high from November the 23rd to March. So their highest high was in March, and is that down 50%? So yeah, they're actually doing quite well essentially. They're actually up 18%, and then at close they're up 15%. So they're actually adding value, even though like Burberry from the same time last year, the 27th of April there and about, has only lost so much value, about 43%. That's chaotic. So they went from 2,500 or like 2,600 down to $600, which is
do you know what it is for your share price to drop 75% in 16 months? That's monumentally catastrophic.
Yeah, so it's actually
75%.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. But yeah, Montclair is clearing them, just to say, based on that. So yeah, that's all I have to say on that. But Burberry's having a problem with their executives, and yeah.
Big issues. I saw there's a really good article on The Guardian. I'll see if I can put it in the chat if you guys want to read it. But it's basically, can Burberry fix its tattered image after a checkered patch, which is a crazy title. But
big ups to the copywriters.
No, seriously, like that's crazy title. Shout out to Sarah Butler. But it says the fashion brand is set to leave the FTSE 100 after a rapid fall in value and status, but some think it can rise again.
Yeah, with the right news, like when you think about like Prada's news and Montclair's news, they keep giving new things so that they can add value to their company. But when you think about it, Prada made a very executive move to partner with I believe, with a group. Wait, who was it that they partnered with again?
Who are
I
you talking
forgot.
about?
But Michael Kors bought Versace as well, right? They bought a stake in Versace, and Moncler has, yeah, Michael Kors did buy a stake in Versace, right? Or am I thinking about something else?
You're correct.
Yes.
You're correct.
So they're adding value to their company. Whereas when you think about Burberry, there's no strategic partnership that they made throughout the pandemic era, right? We're literally leaving the pandemic era that is substantial enough to add value to their stock price. So and adding a new creative director is just not going to do that, to be honest with you. So yeah, like as much as you can engage in cash flow, that can only help but so much, because yeah, you're leaking everywhere else. So it's a bad day.
Is the answer diffusion lines? Because like, interestingly enough, the Tishy stuff was working. It was like not growing, obviously, but like people like I think enjoyed like the street forward
But
merchandising.
it was also
People were
quite
buying it.
specific to the time though. Al. Like think about the time that it launched. We're in like quite a different time now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
true.
also put that part of the article because obviously it says Riccardo Tisci, appointed as designer in 2018, one design plaudit and created a buzz, but his street influence gear seemed a long way from the brand's heritage, and just under 5 years he was off. Shortly after the exit of Marco Gobbetti, the chief executive who hired him. But yeah, I think people liked some of what Tisci did, but I don't think it translated. And back to what they're saying, like it's just far from the heritage, like the weird monogram, like TB Thomas Burberry print thing that he was trying to do. It's just a bit of a mess. Because Burberry is about a check, not necessarily about a logo like that, like the print that he was trying to push. That's not really Burberry. This is honestly why I think that Daniel Lee has been making amazing collections, because Daniel Lee will just like, instead of making a check t-shirt, he'll just like get a trench coat and then the lining of it. Or there are these Burberry boots that I've seen a lot of people in the US buying, where the lining has that like purple check or red check, and people really love those. I honestly think that Daniel Lee is making such good stuff at Burberry. It's the team that's letting him down. That team is really letting him down.
Oh, I completely forgot to say this, and I just said it in chat. But because I don't trust the Urbans and I'm a gatekeeper, like 2 months ago, Burberry had a 50% sale, and it was the entire collection. And like they invited me to it, and they sent out emails. Anyone who's on the mailing list, I think, would have got it. But they were doing it in store. Like I was physically there. The entire this is like entire ready to wear collection, runway pieces, 50% off. It was insane. And I was like, oh yeah, these guys are down bad. Like, because I'm talking as well, like, you know, all these like fur trapper hats that they had on the runway and things like that. Those were 50% off. Even like you know, the 6K coats and things like that, all of that 50%. So I was like, oh yeah, GG, these guys must be in the gutters right now.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, 50% sales is insane. That is so insane.
So yeah, what does Sarah Butler say about Burberry then?
What she's saying, I kind of like half agree, but let me she's talking about like the value of Burberry. She said that with the value of £2.4 billion, more than 1 billion behind EasyJet, which is also on course to exit the blue chip share index, meaning the FTSE 100, Burberry is highly unlikely to survive the quarterly FTSE reshuffle, which will be based on market prices at close of play on Tuesday. But what are the prospects of Burberry checking back into the top ranked shares and taking on the likes of Louis Vuitton, Gucci? No chance. Okay, so they're talking about since the exit of Christopher Bailey, kind of like they've been trying to regain a name for itself. Of course, we talked about what happened with Riccardo Tisci. It then goes to Daniel Lee, which obviously I've made the whole 2-hour stream about. But if you guys want to hear again, she's kind of making some of the points that I think I made in in the sense that like they brought on Daniel Lee because he helped reinvigorate Bottega Veneta, and Bottega Veneta has this very specific like luxury high price point thing that they were trying to capture. That's why they started jacking up the prices. It's almost like they're trying to make a new Bottega, which makes absolutely no sense because I've always known Bottega to have outrageously high prices. That's not the case with Burberry. They thought that overnight they could be like moving like Bottega and people would actually buy their clothes. Like that made absolutely no damn sense to me. And that's kind of what the journalist is saying here. Why she's saying that Daniel Lee failed to tie modern core to Burberry's much loved trench coat and famous check. I don't agree with that. I think he's doing that. I think why it's not selling is the price. The prices doesn't make any sense. But what she said is, in short, the current output of leather goods has not had shoppers salivating enough to pay the prices now being asked, with some not that interesting looking Burberry bags now priced at more than £3,000 and even a polyester tote costing almost 1,500. That's insane. They said this is a brand aiming for the pulling power of Prada or Miu Miu and reaching above Michael Kors or Ralph Lauren without the attendant design cachet. The move has proved ill-timed as the cost of living crisis hits aspirational luxury customers around the world, alongside an economic slowdown in China and the Brexit-linked end to tax breaks for tourists in the UK, which is also actually a massive point, with like us leaving the EU and them like, you know, removing a lot of the tax breaks. But okay, yeah. So here we go. This is something I said in the last thing, but she's mentioned it again. This is, to me, what I think Burberry's biggest issue is. This is, to me, the biggest mistake they made. So it says, for Luca Solca, luxury goods analyst at Bernstein, Burberry's mistake was in attempting to move up market too abruptly, particularly in the highly competitive area of leather goods, such as handbags, without sufficient brand buzz and with continued high exposure to discounting. And that's just facts. That, to me, is the biggest mistake they made, more than anything else.
Yeah, putting that stuff in the...
Exactly what culture is saying. Bottega has the quality and design history. Burberry does not. That huge jump in prices was a stupid move. Exactly. 100%.
For me, I mean, I've said it before, but I just don't understand why you would smack bang correlate the jump in price with when you're also transitioning the brand, because not only are you alienating new people and whatever through the fact that, you know, the design language or just the design style
It's
in general is
changing.
You're also saying to them, hey, we're changing things and it's getting more expensive and we're going to put up the price before you decide whether you like the new thing or not. Which I just don't understand. Even if they staggered it by 6 months, I think it would have made a big difference.
Yeah,
a very big.
Anyone knows. Yeah, anyone knows an abrupt change like that is wild, and people will react, you know, unfavorably to that. So, yeah, that was very, very poor choices on their part, on the executive team. Can't say
terrible decisions, like terrible decisions.
I actually want to interview them and see what.
Bro, they're not doing those interviews.
Yeah,
they're not doing this. Can you tell me why you made such bad decisions at Burberry? Like they're not doing that interview.
No, ask okay, Joshua Schulman, if you're listening to this, or anyone on the Burberry team, please come on the podcast / live stream and chat to us about the decision making that you had, or, you know, send your chief marketing officer to come sit with us for sure. We'll give
Obviously,
you some
the stats that they see that I don't see. I don't know what stats they were seeing to think, but just outside looking in, it just makes no sense. But we've all been saying this from the start, from the second they hiked the price. Micah, do you remember when we realized that they hiked the prices after Daniel Lee's debut, and we mentioned it then?
Yeah.
All the way then. This was before like any of the so I don't get it. Like, if we can see this, we don't even have the stats. We're just like, oh, Burberry, their market price hikes, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. We said that ages ago. and they doubled down on it, and obviously it flopped. So I don't. Sometimes, not saying that people don't know how to do their jobs, but kind of saying that at the same time, because it's like, how can I have no info and be like, that doesn't make any sense? Like all the way back then, and they were like doubling and triple down on it while the share prices were going down. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, like as much as we may not have as much information, there's still a publicly traded company, right? So our thoughts and opinions do matter to that effect, and like all the information that we need is generally can be given to us fairly, because they want us to buy stock essentially, so we could possibly ask for it. Who knows? But my thing is that the way that people, like, there's blunders that they made, the simple blunders that they made should not be so easy for us to be like, yo, you shouldn't do that, and know that as a fact, it, like, just in good business sense, you shouldn't be doing that. So like I said, what I'm saying, Joshua, Mr. Schulman, please come into the show.
But that's the thing. I think Burberry's executive decisions were so bad that we could look at it and be like, that's a bad decision from the beginning. Whereas like with other brands, they make decisions and you can't really tell if it's good or bad. You're like, okay, we'll see how this plays out. Like, I don't know, Prada's marketing strategy or Miu Miu. And then obviously it's now been proven to be good. Like even Andrew Lamista, I don't really know if what they're trying to do is like positive or negative, but I'm like, okay, it's to be seen. But with some brands, you can just tell immediately, like, oof. So I think Burberry actually stands out amongst so many other brands as, just like bad exec decisions.
Guess what? They all look like a bunch of the same person, but just like kind of reshuffled a little bit. No, they're all old white people. Let me not say they look like the same person. I'm not gonna be funny about it. They do look out of touch though, fairly.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Roger says, Understitch did a video of the branding challenges of Burberry. They licensed that print so much and all over it, saturated, but without the cachet. So can you imagine, like, see, this is why this shit doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't, like, these CEOs, man, they get paid millions. No, because they get paid millions to make horrible decisions. Like, literally, let's do the maths. The simple mathematics, yeah? Your Burberry is a brand that, the branding wise, they're known for having a lot of sales, which they still do. They're licensing their print all over the place, so it's not really exclusive, or people kind of see it as like a cheaper thing, right? Why would you think that you can like position yourself in a market against a Bottega that doesn't do any of that?
Yeah, it's impossible.
No, it's
like simple,
I just find
simple mathematics.
So I just
simple mathematics.
It's one of those ones where, like, not even on some hater stuff, but like, I would just want someone from some team to explain to me what at least the thought process was, because I'm genuinely curious, like, what they thought was going to happen, and then when when that thing didn't happen immediately, I want to know what they said internally to say, okay, let's double down. And then things got worse and they said, no, let's triple down.
You know, they're still doubling down. You know, the new CEO said they have no intentions of like reducing the prices, which, mark my words, guys, because I told you these guys can't do their jobs. The prices are going to go down eventually. They will go down eventually. Watch. Even though the CEO came in and said, oh, we're like rebranding, but definitely it won't be with the prices. Right. Those prices are coming down. Watch.
I think there'll be a bifurcation of the brand, right? You could have Burberry Porcelain, which is like the mad prices where like nobody can actually afford them. You can only see them in the flagships. It's the runway show stuff. And then there'll probably be like Burberry London, which is like more down market, more coach level, and so on and so forth. There's easy ways to do that where like the main brand can kind of like lower its like price target while like still having like the halo effect from having a hot designer like Daniel Lee, right?
Yeah. What I mean by the prices will go down is on like the high ticket, supposedly high selling items like the bags, because obviously the bag prices went up. Like even in this article, they said that a polyester tote bag costs 1.5K, which they're saying they won't reduce prices, but then why is everything on sale then? Why can people, buy crazy discounts through the items, whether through their credit cards or through other initiatives. So clearly their whole thing of like, oh, we're not bringing the price down because they're trying to save face and, you know, save kind of like the image of Burberry. But it's like sometimes you have to cut your losses and then rebrand and rebuild.
Yeah, and there's also something to be said about being able to rescue something completely irrelevant. Where like if a brand identity is worthless, like the check, right? You can still kind of revive that if you find a customer for what that will provide, right? Like I think the best example of this is Diesel. Diesel like was nothing before Glenn Martins revitalized that brand, and the way he did it was just by finding an actual customer and serving that customer's needs. And that's, I think, what Burberry kind of failed to do, is that they didn't find their own customer. They found Bottega's customer and were like, surely we can just have that, right? We're entitled to that, right? And when they're not really offering a competitive advantage to any particular new market or anything like that.
Yeah, I totally agree.
The thing is, I'm skeptical about. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I haven't seen it yet, but I'm not really sure. To me, at least, how diffusion lines at Burberry would work. To me, I kind of sort of get it on paper, but I don't really get it like on a broader scale.
But they've always done that kind of with the Prorsum line. Once again, they've kind of now they're trying to bring it back because obviously the runway stuff literally has Prorsum branding all over it. So they're even basically trying to tell you that there's like the ready to wear like permanent collection stuff, and then this runway stuff is like supposed to be the high end, ultra expensive stuff. But yeah,
just be like Yoji. Just be like Yoji. Have a bunch of diffusion lines. Don't explain shit.
I just don't think they output enough ideas to have enough diffusion lines for that. That's what I mean. And I don't think they use any materials that warrant making the same product but with worse material, like some diffusion lines are. Or like, I don't think they do anything that's like, oh, they have this one specific silhouette that's hard to make, so they have a diffusion line that could have like a similar but not quite the same. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, I just don't know what the separation of the lines would really consist of in a way that makes sense to differentiate them, understandably. But you know, maybe I'll be proven wrong there.
Yeah. And it's just annoying because, like, once again, I personally, as I've mentioned multiple times in multiple videos, that I like the work that Daniel Lee is putting out. I kind of like the ideas. I like what he's doing with the color. I think that the brand uses the EKD a bit too much, but outside of that, I like the changing the colors of the check and making that into a lining. I like the kind of pushing this blue color and having the blue bottoms. I like all this stuff. I just think marketing, that's where, and obviously the brand direction is where things just aren't going too well.
I can't even name a Burberry brand ambassador. Like I don't know who's wearing it.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. That's another thing. Like, at least here in London, Burberry runways are so celebrated in the sense of like
literally
really prestigious, snobby fashion people are happy to go. Like, it's one of those brands that everyone really shows up and shows out for. So I find that odd as well.
Like, I remember the rush to get to here because I swear there was another show at the same time that people had to choose between going to Burberry and going to
I remember
what it was. But yeah, like, to your point, Michael, not to cut you off.
No. I mean, that's all I was really saying. That like, it just feels weird that, you know, a brand that is so celebrated in one of the pillar cities of fashion is kind of at this weird place where we're now saying, oh, we don't even know who the brand ambassadors are. Like, it's just strange that they've managed to get to that place.
And London is in a pit because Burberry was really the one that was holding London Fashion Week up, to be fair.
Facts.
And if no one comes to Burberry for London Fashion
Burberry
Week,
was always the number one.
Burberry and Tommy Hilfiger used to like.
Yeah, facts.
Especially for menswear. If Burberry, because I know people that are like you know, micro influencers like myself, right? I'm not even a micro influencer. I might be a nat influencer if I'm anything.
What's
But
that? What is that? What's a nat
a
influence?
nat, like, you know, like one of those little tiny
Oh, nats. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, like micro influencers, like they get invited to Burberry shows and stuff like that. So it's like literally like, yo, Burberry loves London, London loves Burberry, and you know, Daniel Lee shows love to the culture and the community as well. So it's like, yeah, if we don't have Burberry, especially for menswear, we're done. We're actually cooked. Because yeah, Burberry holds it up, and people that go Paris Fashion Week, just it might not even be profitable anymore. Because who will we have now? Charles Jeffries. No offense to Charles Jeffries, but like he's not necessarily the person that's going to be holding up London Fashion Week.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have the pull of a Burberry. That's not
Yeah,
a controversial thing to say.
I hope not. But you know what I mean? Like it's just like, you know, yeah, I want to see more of London Fashion Week, but maybe I'm just holding on to something. Maybe we should just all move to New York. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No,
New York's got more buzz than
I
London.
mean, that's where every conversation I have at the moment devolves into, should we just move into New York? Like,
Yeah.
But I love Burberry though. Like, it's so important in British fashion
Literally.
history, and it's so important for the British fashion scene and industry. I don't want it to die at all. I think that's where most of my frustration comes from, because a layman can see that the decisions they're making are bad. So I don't see how they don't see it, if you see what I mean.
Exactly. Like there's so many faces at these shows we all know, and it's like, thanks for sneezing into the mic.
oh, sorry, mate, forgot about that. I've got the. Oh, actually, I can turn my mic on. I finished my wing.
Bro, you know you can mute your mic.
No, I'm on the wired. You know, I live that wired headphone life, innit? So obviously, you guys can hear me really good now, and I can do ASMR. But I forget, because before I used to play with my little physical mic, but I couldn't find that shit today. So I said,
Yeah.
I'll run with the wires.
I know, right? It was disgusting. Tell him.
Sorry.
Tell him.
Yeah, because people are
Joe
probably on
says,
earphones as well.
it's hard to find a core identity in Burberry that's strong enough to support the fusion lines. Is there really a customer base for it? The biggest challenge Lee has yet to overcome is identity/relevance.
Yeah, and they don't have any more money to put behind his major ideas anymore, like his big ideas. Wait, Michael, put back on your camera. That's cooler than, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, there's a lot of ideas that he could do, but they don't have the money for it, possibly, or they can prove me wrong and, like, you know, just put all of their money behind it. But yeah, they may have a cash flow problem, which is why they're, you know, doing so many sales, which is very, very sad. And if you got a cash flow problem, it's only a matter of time till your business dies. Imagine if Burberry files bankruptcy. Do you know how crazy that would be? They have to go into administration.
No. Hell no. We can't have that happen.
The UK government and the banks will literally step in.
They will.
Burberry's literally
way too important for like the UK fashion industry and stuff like that.
Exactly. Like we will do a GoFundMe for Burberry if that happens, for real. So yeah, like slowly but surely, London Fashion Week has been dying though. So we may have to move to New York. What do you say, lads?
I genuinely think that Brexit was the nail in the coffin though, but hey, that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah.
So let's explore like the possibility of like, say, a sale to Prada. Like if Prada Group bought Burberry, like wouldn't it be a good thing in terms of like what the brand would have then access to, where it could go, and what it could represent as, like, you know, a creative force?
Yeah, and also because Prada know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to marketing and branding and market positioning and all those things. I think they could use the Prada team, especially with things like that.
They're not gonna do it. Never selling to an Italian. Just no.
I don't know,
like,
to me, it
I
sounds
don't know if you guys know this, but like the Italian ethnic group and the British ethnic group, like the English, they hate each other's guts.
They do.
So Like it sounds nice as a business proposition, especially when we're looking at fashion context, but they would literally rather sell to Goldman Sachs before they sell to an Italian company. Like there's so many like I just know racist English people that are like that call Italian people, some names, and like some fresh off the boats type Jones as well. So yeah. But it sounds like a nice idea. But yeah, it's Italian. Prada's Italian. You have to think differently. Like
I don't know,
yeah.
man. They already own churches. Like it's not out of the question. Anybody but Kering, right? We're just trying to get Kering clear of the situation.
Yeah, they won't sell to Kering.
I mean, Kering is not even they shouldn't be buying any brands. They should focus on their own brands right now.
The only person that could buy Burberry is Boohoo.
Bro, stop.
They have the money. They do.
Now you're trolling. Now you're just trolling.
Yo.
Now I know you're not even being serious anymore. This man said a Boohoo.
I wasn't okay. I was trolling, but at the same time, they are the only people with the amount of money to buy Burberry.
What about
Burberry?
Boohoo's? What about Boohoo's infrastructure? Do you think would work for Burberry? How do you think they'll be able to help the brand?
They have a great D2C system. Boohoo does, and they have a great marketing system. They know how to market to the culture.
Bro, you think Burberry is going to market like Boohoo?
No, not market like Boohoo, but like they know how to get cultural people, and especially Pretty Little Thing as well. They know how to get cultural people involved.
Bro, Burberry are not going to tap Chunks and Philly, bro. It's not Boohoo.
No, of course not. Well, not of course not. Like maybe, but at the same
Boohoo,
time,
do you know what I associate Boohoo with? Every
associate?
single football YouTuber I know is like, basically like Boohoo man, 20% off, like with my code, footy for you. It's like that's literally what I associate, bro. These guys are not tapping young Philly and friends.
Yeah, so you're low-key rude. Why is nobody listening to what this man just did? Wow. I'm trying to give that man grace and everything. That's a mad bag. That's an amazing bag. What the heck?
Okay, here's a left field pitch. Gymshark. What if they sold to Gymshark?
Oh my god! Now you guys are just going into the.
Think about it. Think about like being able to like have an actual like activewear, sportswear diffusion line that's reachable to the mass market. Waterproof everything. Like I think there's actually an angle where you can start clawing back any sort of customer, right? And that's, I think, an important thing to attempt to do is to find a customer for some extension of the brand ethos. And once you do that, you can like locate that in the diffusion line if you don't want to affect Porcelain with it. But there needs to be some movement in a field that's growing.
There's no way that Burberry isn't a bigger company than Gymshark, though.
Ever. And I don't think Gymshark is even bigger.
Gymshark is. Let me see what the value. Okay, Gymshark is currently valued at $1.45 billion.
Yeah, because he sold. But here's my thing, right?
Burberry is valued at £2.39 billion.
Yeah.
So it's
Wait, which one did you just say?
Burberry.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which one did you just say? I think they're in an equivalent place right now.
PLT is valued.
I mean, Burberry is like 3.5 times bigger than Gymshark.
Yeah.
A smaller brand can't buy a bigger brand.
Gymshark's nowhere near Burberry. Stop it. Like a billion is still a billion. Even if like you can't just say, oh, it's just a billion more. No, it's not just a billion. There's no such thing as just a billion. But someone said Burberry X Sideman, which is crazy. Shout out to all yo. Yeah, so Burberry is gonna they will either sell to a bank, which they're not going to do, right? So they're gonna get one of the British families. Like this is how deep it is. And they will get one of the British families, and they'll get one of those heritage grants awarded by the British government and everything like that, so that they can scrounge some money together. And you know, and it's not like these British families are rich, because they ain't good at business either. But yeah, like they definitely need to oust some of these C-suite executives. I did send Io the link to look at all of the C-suite executives.
Yeah.
None of them, you know, instill trust in me. I'll be real.
I mean, the UK has never been like in the fashion scene, at least. If you're talking about making money, the UK has never been fantastic at that. When you think of where the brands are that make money, they're in the US, they're in Asia, they're in France, and they're in Italy. The UK has never really been somewhere that, like, that's why everyone has to leave the UK if you're trying to make real money.
So I just wanted to call for Rod Manley. Can you please step forward, please, and tell us everything that you're doing at Burberry? He's a CMO of Burberry, by the way. Rod Manley.
Why are you banging his name out like that?
What do you mean?
That's
This needs to be all public information. What are
That's
we talking about?
crazy. No, you know what? Fine, I'll give these lot an idea. All you have to do, guys, Oasis are performing next year. Just put Liam Gallagher and them lot and Oasis in Burberry products for the next 365 days, and you'll zoom in. Like,
Sponsor the tour.
I want to. Oh, wait,
you'll
what?
zoom in. Like, it's that easy.
Give me 2 seconds. What? Oh my days! But yeah, the chief merchandising officer, weirdly, is Delphine Sonder. Are you guys familiar with Delphine Sonder?
No.
Okay.
Man, Demi pulling out the C-suite. You're never gonna see. The thing is like, unless you're like the Harvard Business Review, you're never gonna like have them sit down for a serious conversation where like they will do post-mortem about their mistakes, unless they can pitch it as like some sort of speaking tour to like college age like business executives, MFAs. You're just never gonna get that kind of access, because you're gonna have them like. You're gonna have him like, what's his face? That one singer where he's just on TV yelling about, "I'm fighting for my life here." You know, like they're never gonna express themselves in their way.
Okay, so she was at Louis Vuitton first. I think this is not the Delphine from whatchamacallit it? Bernard Arnault's daughter. This isn't that Delphine.
Damn it, why are you, bro? You're not interviewing these people, bro. Like,
can I manifest? Suddenly I can't manifest. So, anyways, so she had the collection women's wear LVMH. She worked at LVMH for 6 years, and in Saint Laurent. So she was men's and women's ready to wear collection merchandising director. Accessories and general merchandising director, and now is this chief merchandising officer of Burberry. So yeah, we need like, who knows, man? Maybe your base is really strong enough to get us an interview with one of these two people.
But it's not about audience. It's not, bro. I could have 5 million subscribers. They're still not coming on the show, bro.
No way. If you had 5 million,
bro,
they would.
There's no CEO.
100% come on this show.
There's no CEO of a fashion brand that is going to come on a platform where I basically have said that your decisions are wrong. Your decisions are wrong.
Maybe not a public.
And now they have to come and explain the reasoning as to why they made those obviously wrong decisions on the they're not doing that, bro. Like, because they were obviously wrong. But they're not doing that. Like, bro, they're not coming. No. And it's fine. Let them look, see, the CEOs will be fine. You don't need to feel sorry for them. They're making millions. Yeah, exactly. They probably live in West London in a mansion. They're fine. I don't feel sorry for them at all.
Okay.
Bro, they get paid millions, they crash the brand goes under, and they move on to another job and become a CEO of another company. They'll be fine, trust me.
Literally.
That's what CEOs do.
They will literally be fine. So yeah, no. okay, maybe I should stop. Like, I was trolling a little bit, but at the same time, like, I do fervently believe though, if you had 5 million subscribers, based on the channel that you have now, they'd 100%.
They're not coming on, bro.
They'd
They're not.
100%.
The point of going onto any sort of media outlet, whether it's the New York Times or AO Show, is just
be bigger than Vogue. They would come.
They have to have something that they gain from a PR perspective, and if you're not offering like a speaking engagement at Harvard, there's nothing for them to gain.
No, okay. Do you know what I'm using as a blueprint though? Like, if we're gonna have this conversation seriously, I'm using Earn Your Leisure. They literally speak to the vice president. They speak to CEOs of companies, the richest people in America, some of them anyways. So yeah, they do actually.
But that's a finance show. This is a fashion show, bro.
This is
my channel is a fashion channel
show.
It's not like Earn Your Leisure is literally like a financial platform.
Well, technically,
but like,
we're not financial, but we are business consulting, and like that's what you do actually. You are.
I mean, I do consultancy as a job, but like, but like that's not what my channel is based around. Like, that's not. My channel is based around like analyzing runway shows and fashion news. That's what the channel's about. It's not Fashion Business Weekly.
There's definitely, I think, a divide. This is a thing in movies as well, between like people who have like this inside baseball culture of wanting to like try to predict and critique like business decisions over like the actual end product or the cultural product that is like the kind of ephemera that we enjoy as like a hobby and as like a, I guess, art form. And there is like a big argument of like, how do you kind of keep the two separate in terms of like being a commentator? And the answer is, I think like there is something to be gained from having a purity of only talking about the art or only talking about the business. And the idea, I think, for executives is that they're only interested in like engaging in dialogue with people who are about the business and who have like any sort of sway with like institutions that might like be able to invest in your company. And that, I think, is the only way that they're going to get anything, I think, productive out of having conversations with media on that level. And versus us, I think we do, I think, our best content as commentators on the art side of it. And on like what I believe to be the cultural significance of things, what it's trying to reflect in the wider culture, and making it relevant on like us on that level. And us doing that to the best of our ability is probably the best use of our time.
I'm not gonna lie. I fervently like anything that will put me in a box. I kind of just disagree with naturally. So I don't know how else to engage in that. So
I don't think it's a box. I just think that it's not like my YouTube channel is never going to intend to be the Financial Times. That's not what it is.
Of course not. Like we've dug too deep into this. Me just figuring out who the CMO is, to be fair. But yeah, I think it's cool though. Talking business mainly and talking fashion, like that's at least for me, like in terms of creative pursuit, that is the intersection that I work in, regardless of anything. So yeah. What's next though? Did you want to talk about Palace and Westwood? Still,
yeah. So obviously the collaboration hasn't come out yet, but Vivienne Westwood is collaborating with Palace, and there's surprisingly a very negative
look at this first comment
outlook on it, which I don't understand. Like I don't understand why people like feel so negative about this. Like even this person, Derek Sweetwater, saying she didn't die for this. Someone said R.I.P. Vivienne, you would have hated this. This person says, I hope you don't ruin the iconic orb. I don't really understand why there's such like a negative viewpoint on Vivienne Westwood, because when I think of Palace and Vivienne Westwood, I think both of them at one point in their histories as brands have represented a certain level of like counterculture. In the case of Vivienne Westwood, it was around the punk, cool misfits in London. And the same thing with Palace, like it was the cool misfit skaters that were, you know, skating in places where police tell them not to skate, where they don't give a shit and they film it. So there's kind of parallels that you can draw from the histories of the brands. I don't know why people were saying that, oh, Vivienne Westwood will never want this. I'm like, never want that or whatever. It's just a bit strange.
Yeah, like I do have to say though, if we look at Palace's past few collabs, there hasn't been that positive of a reception generally. So I think that there's just a negative trend. If you check on Instagram and Reddit, there's just not such a positive flow towards Palace and what they're doing now as a company. So yeah, and there's some comments that say, you know, you should listen to the people and what they actually want you to make and not whatever this is, because they also collabed with a rugby team. I think it was London Irish that apparently was going into administration. So that people are like, why are you doing this? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
just like in quotes, the value in the brand or whatever it is. So yeah.
Yeah, and on Vivienne Westwood's Instagram, they have this picture here, and I guess they made like a belt with the orb on top. It looks like
Charms.
connected to charms once again. The charm craze. These like little teddy bears that have like the orb, and then it says Palace under embroidered on the bottom. I'm just looking for. I want to see what they do. If it's not interesting, then fair enough. But I hope that, because Palace have done some collabs that I've been like, oh, like they had a collaboration with Barber, and I thought it was really nice. And the advert and marketing of it, I thought was really, really strong. But yeah, I just think the feedback from this collab has been so negative.
Yeah,
I
don't think
if I'm
people
being like
value
really,
what they should.
if I'm trying to be really deep and draw even deeper parallels, you could also say that both of them have kind of commercialized the counterculture. So like when you talk to the purist of, you know, punk, they would argue that Vivienne Westwood back then didn't represent punk, because what Vivienne Westwood did was take what people were wearing in like a subculture and then make a shop around it and sell it as a commodity. Which is also, you know, what Palace did to an extent, like really making like hype clothes and like selling skate culture as a like commodity, like kind of, you know, bunching it and scrunching it up into a bun. So if I'm being really deep in that way, I can draw parallels to that too. Commodifying culture.
For me, partially it sounds like, oh, Vivienne Westwood was profitable, therefore she wasn't punk. What say you about that?
Being profitable or not profitable has nothing to do with punk. It's just that,
Of course, yeah.
it's kind of weird to like look at a subculture and commercialize it and then like make money off. Like it's not really punk to do that. Like that's what the punk purists would tell you. It's not very, you know what I mean? Punk is not about taking an aesthetic, commodifying it and selling it in a shop.
Yeah.
And putting it on the runway. Like that's not what punk is
At
about.
least,
it's just not.
At least today, I wouldn't say that punk is even an aesthetic per se, in like the way that Vivienne Westwood is making it. Isn't it more of an ideal and identity, right? So
yes, it's not an aesthetic. It's a way of life. It's
yeah. That's what I enjoy most about punk, is like it's almost a philosophy. Or like it's more closer to principles that you live by. But the direction I'm taking this is just understanding that, like, okay, if we're gonna go for that angle, then her making clothes that she likes, let's not say that she stole an aesthetic, but making clothes that she liked to make, and that
I didn't say she stole the aesthetic, because
no, I'm not saying that you did that.
Part of the community. I just think she commodified it.
Yeah, but creating a commodity, is that not being punk also?
Yeah.
I wonder, like, because like anything that's got to be commercial. If you're making a business, you're commercializing something, right?
Yeah.
That's just my thought. It's like, what would be the lesser of two evils? Should she, I don't know, work in a bookstore, but then she's commodifying her time for money?
Well,
I don't
D, I
know.
think I think line in the sand is obviously personal, depending on like your personal take on what the actions of the company are. But I think the line for me is there's a difference between creating and kind of commodulating. I don't know if that's a word, but like putting together a community, right? Or are you exploiting that community? And as soon as you cross the line into exploitation, obviously, it comes very quickly. Like, is exploitation when you take, your subculture and put in inheritance? Is that the line, right? Like, the personal existence of that line is different from every person, but there, I think, is a line for every person, and
Yeah.
that's something that's very personal. I'm rambling, but yeah, you get what I'm saying.
You're not rambling. It's why I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, I just hope it's creative. If they do a fucking trifug with the orb seeping out, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, if that's what the collab ends up being, I'm literally going to lose my mind.
Oh, and with like a metal logo, like the Prada triangle. Yeah, put that everywhere.
Oh no.
It would have to be partially, right? Because like it's Palace, it's streetwear, so they're gonna have to put this somewhere. Like the fact that it's a spinning 3D orb, and they didn't even like make it like a linear animation. They just kind of allowed the ramp to speed up and then slow down. It kind of is bugging me
Ooh,
because
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, zipper hardware for like side saddlebags or something like that. You could extend this quite a lot. See, to me, like my mind immediately goes like, how would Ray Kawakubo just commercialize the shit out of this logo? And that's all I can think of.
I probably know they're gonna turn that trifug with the orb in the middle. I've never been a fan of the trifug anyway, even though I do like Palace, sorry, as a streetwear brand. But that might be what they do.
oh, people are getting into a philosophy about one thing. But yeah, like my personal view is this animation is just rubbish. Maybe they could have rolled out a bit better. And from what I see, the people that actually like and support Palace don't understand this either, as well as
Because
they don't
Palace normally
understand
has like a
their last
crazy
couple of
campaign
collabs.
video.
So
They
it,
would have like
yeah,
the Palace way is to like have skaters fucking fuck up this would be on brand for Vivienne Westwood too. Palace skaters go into the Vivienne Westwood studio and just fuck it up, doing kick flips on the grinding on the fucking table that they used to make patterns, and like, just making an absolute mess of the studio. And then they just like pull some cloth and it unveils like some, one of the pieces from the collaboration, and they're all shot. Like, that's what I'd expect from a campaign of like Palace and Vivienne Westwood. It's supposed to be like chaotic in a way. This is so like weird. The trifug with the orb just spinning.
yeah, it's one of those things to me where it's like they they could have tried a bit better or something different, something more creative. But uncertain why they open with this and so quickly as well after Vivienne Westwood pause. Like it's either they already had this in the pipeline possibly, or the
Yeah.
Vivienne Westwood estate is just
Can we
yeah.
pull up some images of like previous Westwood collaborations? Like, I'm seeing that they collaborated at one point with like Burberry, like Tishi Burberry. Do we have any images of that?
I can check online 1 second.
So yeah,
Let's see. Yeah, so Vivienne Westwood collab. This is the collaboration that they did with Burberry. Oh my god, that looks more Palace Vivienne Westwood. See, someone just did a kickflip in the thing. See what I'm saying? This looks more more Palace than Palace.
Vivienne Westwood X Burberry. Yeah.
But can you see how chaotic it is? That's what you expect from Westwood, right?
Mm,
So I
yeah.
would expect that from Palace, but even worse. Like they're supposed to be kick flipping on sewing machines.
And this would have been when the current creative director was at the brand as well. So like there's I think definitely a chance of the continuity of this going towards the campaign instead of just a teaser. Because like obviously just a logo is a teaser, but like we don't know what the campaign's going to look like.
Yeah. It's either that or like it being chaotic, which is on brand, or it's either has to be something like environmental, because obviously before she passed, she was very much about like save the planet and stuff, which is like this Eastpak Vivienne Westwood collab, which was all about like making a stand on saving the oceans and stuff, was so on brand. And like even this campaign video, you can see like plastic in the sea. So yeah, I just think Palace in the rollout, they definitely did the bare minimum for sure. So did Vivienne Westwood, because there's both of them, I guess, working on it. They definitely did the bare minimum.
I don't know. Maybe it'll be a upcycling of a bunch of previous season Palace tees that didn't sell because the hype era is over. Who knows? You know, like we have to give them a chance for their actual campaign to launch.
Yeah. I'm trying to see some like Palace tartans. I'm trying to see, something crazy. Like loafers, Vivienne Westwood loafers with Palace, because Palace like to make a good loafer sometimes. No, this
Do you
phase
think
in fashion is
Vivienne
comparable
Westwood is
to the MCU
exploitative?
universe. Do I think what?
Vivienne Westwood is exploitative.
In what sense?
Of punk.
I think exploitative is a bit far.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit
Making
far.
millions is exploitative of
Not
punk?
really. I just don't think it's very punk to commodify it. So I think the second you're commodifying punk, and you're at the bottom of punk basically.
So
it's
there's
just not very
hierarchies
punk
in
to.
punk. Is there hierarchies in punk?
It's not a hierarchy, but it's just not very like punk is anti-establishment, and it's about like it's not completely overthrowing, but it's about like showing your disdain for the government, especially it's associated with like working class communities. Like to take that and commodify and then make, because once you commodify something and start selling it, it's no longer about the cause. It's about it's now a business. It's about making money. So slowly but surely you're going to be more and more and more removed from the true essence of what that subculture is, because it's not like punk has goals.
Okay.
It has
So
like objectives.
she can appropriate punk, right? And because this is the thing, right, where it's like because we have it in our culture as well, right, where we say like someone sold out so that they could, make money essentially. Like I don't think that there's
I don't think Vivienne Westwood is a sellout or sold out, because Vivienne Westwood was involved in the punk community. It's different to like, it's different if some rando commodify punk. That would be wild. Like Vivienne Westwood is actually involved in it. I just think that there's holes in commodifying a subculture that is so that like the ideology of it is so against that. But
okay, my second
she
point.
has props, because kind of like someone said in the chat, punks literally used to hang out at her store. she was embedded in it. Like this,
Yeah.
no one's ever gonna say the Sex Pistols aren't punk. Malcolm McLaren was literally like managing them at a point. You know what I mean? So you can't say she's not punk. I just think the act of commodifying it is not the most punk thing to do. That's all.
All right. So, like punk, because I wanted us to agree that punk is an aesthetic, and
It's not an aesthetic.
and there's no hierarchies to punk, right? Because partially, like I find it, unreasonable when people call punk an aesthetic. Like I don't
It's
want
definitely not an aesthetic.
a
People do that because once again, the ideology of wait, what does this have to do with being left wing? I never said punks are left wing. Most of them are actually not left wing.
They're having a totally different type of conversation. They're talking about
Oh, okay. I was like left wing. I was like, what?
and yeah.
Like a lot of punks were like damn near skinheads. They're definitely not left wing.
Yeah, like I remember when I was introduced to punks, it was racist.
Punks would have told me, would have said racist slurs at me for sure.
And then
like
I heard the actual principles of it. I was like, I'm punk, but I'm never gonna dress like these guys ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like one of those things where it's like kind of have a love-hate relationship. So when I heard something like Vivienne Westwood, it's like you can't really create a hierarchical structure to punk, and you can't police people's punk. To be fair, that's the least punk thing you can do is police someone's punk. So yeah, I'm just kind of.
I guess
no. I think actually it's the most punk thing you can do is to say you're not a punk. That's part of it.
I think you can. No
bureaucracy. That is
no
becoming bureaucratic. You have to be.
I don't agree
no,
with that. I think
it's a subculture. You only exist as a subculture because you get to point to everybody else and said we're not like them. That's how you establish a cultural identity.
Well, to be
that's
fair,
how you defend your subculture. If everyone can be punk, then it's not a subculture.
No, everybody can't be punk, but to create a bureaucracy in punk so that you can say fuck bureaucracy, apologies for swearing, is not punk. Like the fact that you're actually building a bureaucracy and hierarchy means that you're
not building a hierarchy. It's just that some people just can't fit in. Like it's not everyone that can be something.
No, but this is the thing, right? It's like, is it egalitarian? Is it punk to be broke?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, it helps.
It helps. It helps being broke.
It helps in the sense that if you're coming from a working class background, it's easier to be punk or to align with punk ideals than it is if you're just like some rich person.
Yeah. So so you will understand the struggle. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Which is fair. Like you can
because the issues that punks have, like defacing like statues of like war figures in British history and stuff like that. I feel like rich people aren't gonna have issues with those same war figures because those are the same people that like lie in their parents' pocket. You know what I mean? So it's like it's very hard to be punk if you're wealthy because you're just not really going to. I can't see how you can align with that ideology.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not gonna be advocating for someone who was born rich to be punk. That's not what I'm doing here. But for someone who was working class just like me, to gain money, like maybe they're not gonna be the same, like as in tune with what the most ground level is doing. But for Vivienne Westwood, I don't think I could say that either because she was hardcore until she died. And for me, that was wavy.
Hardcore what?
What do you mean? She was a hardcore activist.
Okay. I was wondering, I didn't know what you were talking about. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, she was a hardcore activist to the day that she left. Like,
but is she like? Because I like to critique things. I just like to ask questions. So my question for you would be: her brand produces how many codes a year?
Like pieces you're talking about? Maybe like
Her brand produces how many diffusion lines per year?
Yeah, so for
100
someone that
maybe
protests
millions of tons.
about for
Millions.
someone that protests about save the planet and all that, if like that was your core basis belief, you'd shut down your brand, no?
It depends, like, because who owns the brand in its entirety? It wasn't 100% owned by her.
What, Vivienne Westwood?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Because I know she sold it, but my point is like, because this
Like,
whole like
that's
activism
my
thing.
thing. It's like
No, but
Alexander.
the activism thing, like,
Oops.
she's been on that for a long time. Like Punk, she got tired of Punk ages ago. Like the second she started like making runway shows, she was already tired of Punk. Basically, when she started showing in Paris, she was like done with Punk. So, point being, the whole activism thing, save the planet, she's been on that for time. So like
For
all
sure.
that time, she could have been speaking against the fact that her own brand still runs. She could have, you know, like she wasn't a poor woman either. She could have tried to buy back some of her brand to close it down. Like someone, I just look, because when you say you're an activist, yeah, you have to really like embody it to your core. You can't
Actually,
like if that's what you believe in to
wait.
your core, and I know people say that she's like this like insane activist, but
I
like,
don't want to cut you off, but I will have to cut you off because being an
go
activist
on.
isn't embodying something. I looked up.
I'm saying
activist.
personally.
Yeah, okay.
I'm saying personally, if you tell me you're an activist or something, you have to embody it. So I'm trying to think of like a common thing that people are activists for. Like you can't be against I don't know, child abuse, but then
a knife.
you can't it's just anything. You can't be against let's say child abuse, but then do something that benefits or promotes child abuse. You know what I mean? It's like a contradiction. So it's like
I think human beings are like inherently contradictory in that way, in the same way that you could be like an environmental, like for environmental protections and so on and so forth, but not be like a vegan, right? Like there's always like layers to everything. But I do agree that like specifically like Vivienne Westwood is in this like interesting place where because she's such like a monolithic figure to have like inspired like waves and waves of people who were interested in punk aesthetics after her to like basically define like quote unquote what an entire era, an entire like subculture look like. Like, does she get a free pass and kind of like capitalizing off of that legacy? Like, I think that giving anybody a free pass is again a personal like expression of what is the line, and that is again a personal decision to each and every possible consumer for her versus some like guy on Instagram customizing acrylics jackets or something.
Is punk egalitarian then?
It's not.
Depends on what you mean by that.
Because it's not like it's egalitarian in some ways and not in others. Like it's just not a good question.
I'm thinking that is it more socialist than egalitarian?
Socialist how though? Like how?
I'm just asking. I'm just like I want to see.
No, but how? It depends. It depends.
Does it believe in sharing the wealth? Does it believe in, equality, like equal opportunities? Does it, there's just certain things that like, does it have socialist values?
Bro, it's not an economic fucking.
No, but we're talking. Once we start talking about money, we bring economics into it, right?
No, but we're not. You're asking me about punk. You're not asking about where Vivienne Westwood sits in it. That's where the money comes in.
All right. So no, but like I want to know like where we fit, because I did have some people like talk about communism and punk, and I just wanted to know like how much we're talking about that and fitting in, right? So I just kind of understand that punk is partially about freedom. And freedom.
Well, it is about freedom, but it's like freedom to do what you want to do, or freedom, like anti-establishment.
Like to revolt. Yeah, you're free to revolt. You're You use your voice, but obviously, like, just because you can say whatever you want, right, doesn't mean that you have no what's it called, repercussions to what happens, right? So, like, I would never say, oh, because she's saying that she's punk doesn't mean that she's, you know, she should avoid criticism at all. No, that's not what I'm saying either.
Wait, what is this conversation? What are you actually
I'm
talking
saying,
about?
well, let me just finish the point. Like, just so to say, is that as much as we can say, she's a millionaire and there's some questionable things maybe about what her company practices are, doesn't mean that we can necessarily say that she didn't embody some punk philosophies throughout her life.
But I never said that.
I'm
didn't
not
say
saying that
that
you
she
said that, but at the same time, there was a notion that you did say, though, that
there wasn't any
then-
notion.
that there's not. Wait, we can rewind the tapes. We
Can I tell
rewind
you
it.
what I said?
Okay, what did you say?
I said that Vivienne Westwood was a punk, so she's partially embodied like some of the ideology. Is why punks used to hang around her shops. Is why Malcolm McLaren literally managed punk groups, including the Sex Pistols, who no one is ever going to say that the Sex Pistols were not punk. And then you had offshoots of that, like you had things like the Bromley Contingent, and they were inspired by the Sex Pistols, and then they made their own group. And you have, you know, people like Susie Sue, who became like an icon, blah blah blah. I'm just saying that, you know, punk as an ideology, just as an ideology, is anti-establishment, it's anti-authority, it's about not conforming, it's about anti-corporatism, it's like so to commodify a subculture that is anti-corporatism is literally a huge contradiction, which means that act of doing that is not punk at all. Like, there's nothing punk.
Okay, so so what are you saying in essence about Vivienne Westwood then?
I'm just saying that because Vivienne Westwood commodified punk, and then a lot of people say, oh, because Vivienne Westwood, unfortunately, because people don't see Vivienne Westwood as, like, people don't see punk, as an ideology, they now see it as an aesthetic. I think Vivienne Westwood is part of that, because she's partially to blame for that. Yeah, because she commodified it and basically packaged it into a commodity, which other people now say, oh, I'm into punk and I'm inspired by Vivienne Westwood. It's like,
but didn't you say that she was off it early? Like,
she was what?
That's where you're confusing me. You said that she was off punk early and then she went right into the
What does that have to do with the conversation? We're talking about the act of Vivienne Westwood.
We're talking about aesthetics, right? That's what you said.
Okay, now I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about. What does it have to do with what I was just saying?
You literally said she's part of the problem that was about aesthetics. Like, people saying that thinking punk is an aesthetic. That's what you said.
Wait, I said that Vivienne Westwood, got tired of punk after a while, but there's times she started showing runway shows in Paris, she was exhausted of punk. She didn't even want to talk about it.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with me talking about how Vivienne Westwood is to blame because she commodified punk, which is completely against the subculture, right? Which is true. That's fact.
When you say commodified punk, are you saying that she commodified an
she
aesthetic?
Turned it into an aesthetic and sold it like a commodity. That's what she did.
Okay.
Is punk an aesthetic?
No.
Exactly.
But Vivienne Westwood is.
So if Vivienne Westwood turned it into an aesthetic and sold it, that's what I'm saying. There's nothing punk about that. But because Vivienne Westwood is such
I don't believe
designer,
Vivienne Westwood's clothes are punk though. Like, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about Vivienne Westwood, the person, no?
I'm gonna jump in like Kanye and say this conversation and Vivienne Westwood is dead. Vivienne Westwood is dead.
Damn.
Wow.
Okay. We are not arguing about definitions anymore. As Susan Sontag once said, I am against definition. Playboy's Cardi's verse is unwritable, whatever, you know, like we're moving past, like, I think this sort of I think social commentary, which I don't think is particularly useful in discussing, like, first of all, maybe like the cultural impact of the collaboration, the cultural impact of her brand after her passing going forwards, the continued like possible irrelevance and even like anti-streetwear aggression that you're seeing in fashion circles, where anything connected to like the initial hype wave of streetwear is like treated as like some sort of red flag for collaborations, and how tired consumers are of this sort of culture of collaboration versus when there's like I think like what we're all hungering for right now, which is a unique and new voice. Excuse me? Sorry.
I didn't.
So what I think like people are excited about right now is the idea of like a new voice like Demna coming up out of nowhere and like kind of shaking up like what people will think the new decade of the 2020s is going to look like, right? That's what everybody's looking for. And the idea of like any brand, especially a brand with like a notable heritage like Vivienne Westwood, going and relying on collaborations just like it was the 2010s all over again, is like something that kind of turns people's stomachs and can like actually devalue brands.
All right.
I didn't get that.
Right. Well, like if we go back to the original Instagram post that like announced the collaboration, again, a lot of the comments are negative, going like, "Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing here?" Right. I think like the idea of collaboration culture and like streetwear and hype culture kind of blowing up in the latter half of the 2010s has kind of now we've turned away from that in the same way that like with like the advent of like wider pants, people turned away from skinny jeans. It's totally unfashionable in the moment right now to be doing these sorts of collaborations. And I believe, regardless of it being Vivienne Westwood or not, and her brand's identity and ethos with what Vivienne Westwood like kind of froze in plasticite of what punk was. Regardless of all that, like it could have been any sort of company, like if say what's another, like if Burberry collaborated with Palace, it would elicit literally the exact same amount of groans because people are tired of this sort of culture and this sort of merchandising.
Yeah. Culture is killing me. I'm so not used to hearing US accents on this channel. It's a bit jarring, and I live in Chicago. Damn. We love Al here. This is an Al safe space.
But yeah, okay. Al, you use a lot of big words for me. I can't lie. So
how? He makes perfect sense.
No, there's a lot of big words for me. Like I stopped using all of those big words. So like when I hear them like in quick succession, it fries me. I'll be real.
Oh my god. Oh fuck, man, that's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, wait, so Demna is punk? Is that what you said?
Demna is not punk, and we're not discussing who or whom or what companies are punk. Corporate personhood trolling. Is not a thing. Thank you.
Yeah, anytime people, well, I don't know what corporate personhood means. See, that's the problem. Like that's a new term. That means the company as a person, right? You're making my armpits itch. I'm starting to sweat.
What?
Thank you.
You're making. Oh, Demna is a hype beast, possibly. I don't know.
Demna X Under Armour coming 2024.
What's next?
Wait, someone said, please, for the love of God, can we stop discussing punk?
God rest the dead, though, to be fair. Not to Vivienne Westwood and everything that she's offered. But yeah, what would you Where are we going now, please?
We can go into the last topic of the day,
Thank
which
you.
is more on the subculture-ish side, which is the fact that the woman of the season, Charli XCX, is taking over London Fashion Week with H&M, and everyone is invited. So as all of us know, people are probably tired of Charli XCX at this point. Like, she's had an explosion in fashion and pop culture recently due to her album Brat. Obviously the cover art has a specific shade of green. And now every time people see something that's like remotely green, it's just like, oh my god, Brat Summer. Like, literally, if you do that, by the way, if you're watching this and you do that, you're part of the problem. You're definitely part of the
Didn't
problem.
it happen in the chat already when they saw the green Balenciaga?
Loads of times. And I feel like it's like leaning on a type of internet brain rot. It's literally a one of those. But anyway, something I was wondering though when I saw this was why H&M? Like, because the weird thing about it is that what she's doing with H&M specifically is like she's hosting a party to celebrate her autumn winter 24 campaign with H&M. There was also, I think Lila Moss was part of the campaign. Let me see. Yeah, I think Lila Moss was part of the campaign too. And to celebrate it, she's doing this like big party that H&M is funding. But I always wondered that Charli XCX is kind of being branded as, you know, a high fashion girly. Like, she's in all these like magazines, wearing all this high fashion stuff. I'm surprised, considering how of the moment she is, that a luxury brand wouldn't do the same thing or sponsor like a party for her at Fashion Week. Why she did it with H&M. And to be honest, the most entertaining thing about the whole article was them trying to justify why she did this collaboration with H&M. Like, the mental gymnastics was hilarious just to read. Let me see if I can find that section. It was like killing me when I was reading it. That was actually the part I wanted to bring up more so than ever. Yeah, so they said, as an outspoken Essex youngster convincing her parents to let her DJ at warehouse raves, pieces from H&M alongside items scored from thrift and charity shops were the only means she had to express herself. Those clothes give me an ownership of who I was and what I wanted to project outwardly, she says. In some cases, those clothes gave me confidence. That time was really formative for me. And even earlier, they said, the H&M cosign might seem incongruous with the disheveled luxury look she and her stylist Chris Horan have leaned into for her latest album, which is exactly what I was saying, like the way they're branding her. But they said, but we know she's always been a high street girl at heart. That just killed me. I can't lie. That killed me. They really tried to meander the H&M collab. That was funny. That was really, really funny.
I mean, I'm not really sure. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm also not really sure, but she did have a gateway to enter the high fashion realm, and I believe this was it. Like, Charli XCX has literally been around since, we're the same age. So when she came out was when I started listening to her, and yeah,
around
so
for a while. Yeah,
she's been popular for quite some time, at least in like the underground circuit. Well, I don't want to call her underground because she's quite popular, but you know what I mean.
Quite popular. Wow.
Yeah.
She's mainstream, bro.
Yeah, okay, yeah, mainstream, like, but I guess the point that I'm making is that, she wasn't like in this high fashion sector too much, and she probably could have been, but she chose H&M, and I don't know whether this is even a quick bag or like just a conscious decision. So yeah, I'm unaware of what her politics are at this point, especially with her subject matter. So yeah, I just want to know more of her personal thoughts rather than, stuff like this.
Mm. Yeah, it was just interesting. I mean, someone said Charlie couldn't be herself without Hitchin. That's kind of the way they were trying to like phrase it, which is quite funny. It's weird.
Okay.
It's weird. But
So here's I think a good point of discussion. Do you think that there is a hierarchy for like celebrity ambassadorships where like they shouldn't necessarily be taking the biggest deal versus like I guess the more exclusive, higher end perceived luxury deal, right? Because like for instance, another equivalent pop star that's somewhat popular is Travis Scott. He had a deal with McDonald's and he has a deal with
Yep.
Audemars Piguet, right? Like he can exist
Yep.
in both worlds at the same time. Can somebody like Charli XCX exist only at H&M once she touches H&M?
Do you
Or
know why
can
it's weird?
go ahead?
I'll tell you why it's weird, because once again, like they even said in this article, the way that they're branding her, the stylist is putting her in all this high fashion shit. Travis Scott is different. Travis Scott does not get like put in Bottega Veneta in like shoots and shit. Like Travis Scott just kind of wears whatever the fuck he wears. Like sometimes when he performs, he wears a fucking baseball cap backwards, an NBA jersey, Nike trousers, and like, you know what I mean? I've even seen him perform in American football gear. Like it's a bit, Travis can do all those things because the way he's branded is not high fashion per se. He's not branded that way.
I mean, he has a Dior collab, but
yeah, he might wear some high fashion stuff and collab with high fashion brands, but he's not like, people don't see him, like when you, because this is why they're branded a certain way by their stylist, right? It's the way like you're branded. Like Travis Scott is not 24/7 in every shoot seen in high fashion clothes. He is seen in high fashion stuff in shoots and stuff, but it's not the same. So this is one of my earliest pieces is his collab with Helmut Lang. That's funny. Yeah, he does high fashion shit. I'm not saying he doesn't, but he's not branded the same way. And it's funny because they even pointed this out in the same exact article. It's quite funny. Yeah. Also, the way this reads is jokes. Thought Brat Summer was over? No, silly. That bitch is still YOLOing her way around the med.
Oh my god, so much cringe.
Oh
my god, how can you continue reading?
The person that wrote that has to be old. Like, or
AI.
Or it's AI. Like, there's no fucking way. That is the most uncool shit I've ever read in my whole life. Thought Brat Summer was over? No, silly. That bitch is still YOLOing her way around the med. Fuck me.
I love your accent. That was wonderful.
Culture says, or maybe it was a bucket of shade. If they were trying to do like the interview magazine tone of voice, fuck me. That's terrible. YOLO is so 2008. That's why I said it must be someone old. There's no way. Like, there's just no way. YOLOing her way around the med is insane. Like,
yeah, I don't know about this article. Is this like a Teen Vogue article? Oh no, it's British.
No, it's British Vogue.
Wow, they're right. I did some British Vogue. Wow, peak journalism for sure. Ski. Shout out to everybody that writes for Vogue. What else can I say about this?
This is why I handed him my cool card years ago. Young has got. No, I think you can be cool at any age. Just it's when it's forced. It's forcing anything is uncool, right? So it's like no, silly, that bitch is your like. There's just no context in which that reads cool. It doesn't matter what age the writer is.
So yeah, I think the question is, where does Charli XCX add value, right? I think that's a question. Well, these brands may ask themselves. And
I mean, she's the woman of the moment. Like everyone is talking about Brat Summer, Brat this, Brat that, Brat. Oh my god, Brat.
Yeah,
that's internet speak right now?
My thing is like just thinking about who she's like sings for, like the questions that she's asking in the Brat project is interesting questions, especially for these early 20 somethings, like on their journey of self-discovery. So, and most of these guys will be
Yeah.
in H&M, isn't it? So maybe this is just a perfect place for it, even though it'd be nice to see it there. But at the same time, like I did have a philosophy not too long ago. So that was based on like I talk for the people that can't afford certain things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you know what I'm saying? So it's as much as we value, so let's say a Dior or, you know, insert whatever luxury brand you want here, we know that where I come from, or people from where I come from, dress like this or shop in this particular place, and there's nothing that I'm gonna do to convince these people
Yeah.
to not shop there. So yeah,
Brat Summer makes me cringe. I don't think it's cool at all. What I'm saying is she didn't. It's not that she said Brat Summer. She said, "No, silly, that bitch is still yoloing her way around the med." How that reads, it has nothing to do with the word brat or Brat Summer. It's to do with the way that reads. It reads like someone trying to like relate to people younger than them, but then people younger than them don't even want to read some shit that reads like that. That's how it comes
Is this
across.
just
But
straight
anyway,
up a press release? Is there an article? No, it's by a person. There's a byline. It's not a pre. Okay.
yeah.
so yeah, like so
The bigger conversation I want to have though is that I don't necessarily have an issue with a celebrity working with a fast fashion brand. To be fair, what I think it's weird is the way they're branding her. But I don't think there's anything wrong with celebrity working with a fast fashion brand, because I don't think there's anything morally better. I don't think it's morally better to work with a luxury brand, which is like hot take. But the reason why is because luxury brands operate like fast fashion brands anyway. Like if you're going to have the conversation around, oh, fast fashion brands are exploitative, so are luxury brands. So there's no morality like argument you can really make there. I know that's the like argument that people like to do, like, oh my god, fast fashion, that's so bad. But it's like, okay, so is luxury fashion. It just costs more. So it's not the conversation I'm having has nothing to do with like morality. It has more to do with like how they're branding her, and the fact that what would her doing a party and being in a massive campaign with H&M do for her brand long term?
Yeah, Karl Lagerfeld is not here to save her. You know, she's not going to like be able to, I think, like use her moment in order to like kind of move her career to a new trajectory. If like she's working with like brands that are more mass market, and like a way that I feel like once Travis Scott like did like a Fortnite collab, like he stopped being in any way edgy. Like there's no way you can kind of be at the forefront of the culture if you represent the mass market.
So what was the question again, please?
I guess like there wasn't like a question I was answering, but I was referring.
What you said, Io, then, if it wasn't a question.
Well, no, I was asking like, what do you think from a branding perspective? Do you think it's like a strong brand move?
Oh, for Charli XCX?
Yeah.
Do I think it's a strong brand move? I would say no. I would say
Why?
no, quite simply. Like it's not moving her up, it's probably just moving her horizontally. I don't want to call it a money grab because I don't know anything about the money about this, but just based on like,
I mean, she's in the campaign for the fall winter 24 collection for H&M. So
no, but I mean like profit sharing type money stuff.
right.
Like, is she getting paid off all of these pieces? Like, but I do know that H&M was a major part of rave culture in the early 2010s. You could get, you know, your neon tees and they'd be destroyed by the end of the night, but you could get another one type business. But yeah, I don't think like if we're looking at it as a brand move, then no, because this is where her fans are, possibly, right? If we can accept
Right.
that as the truth. So you go, like, to make a stronger brand move, you go somewhere where people that don't really know you are. So not as if it's taking a risk, but you're exposing yourself to more people. And I don't feel like in doing this, she's exposing herself to more people,
Mm.
unless you meant it in another way.
Brat is so intentional in what it's become. It was always meant to be replicable, mass market for the. Yeah, I mean that was part of the marketing strategy of her album rollout, right? So yeah, it was definitely intended to be as big and as far-reaching as possible. Fast fashion thinks in trends. Is Charlie a trend right now? Damn, that's a crazy question. I think Charlie is at a point in her career where she's so mainstream. What was the music video of hers I was watching where every damn person was in it? Like every like quote unquote quintessential fashion girly, like Emma Chamberlain was in it. Julia Fox was in it. I think she's past being a trend. I definitely think she's the trendy thing now, but I think she has more pull than that. I think she's that cemented in music right now.
No, I would agree. I would agree. She's paid her dues
Yeah.
and she's added value. So like it may be a trend for fashion people hearing about her, but like for musicians, like in music, no, you can't call her a trend at all.
Yeah, at all. Like I think she's cemented. But someone says, Duke says, her brand to me is she's posing herself as a cool girl, but H&M is far from that. What would we say if we're gonna have like kind of dummy back to your point, saying that like her fans are the customers of a certain brand? What brand is cool that let's say her younger fans would be a customer of?
Get her in a collab with Courage. That's what I want to see.
Courage, those fans ain't buying Courage.
Wait,
Right, but what
was
Dammy was
that?
saying was like, how do you introduce a new audience to your brand? You can, use the
Okay, in
association
that
with
sense,
clubwear
yes.
I would
to use
say
Charli XCX to communicate clubwear to Gen Alpha. It's like something that makes sense in my head.
I would say Diesel quicker than I would say Courage, but I hear what you're saying.
Diesel's
Yeah,
a
well,
strong one.
yeah, Diesel currently owns the market, though. They don't need necessarily to pay for the number one charting artist of the moment, right? She's probably expensive as hell, and why they went with H&M over anybody else, because H&M got the big bucks. But maybe that's inside baseball. I don't necessarily know if like they came with a particularly awful check. But like in order to get Diesel's market, like Courage is basically producing the same sort of thing. I think they could have made a move.
I don't think. Well, if Diesel couldn't afford her, I don't think Courage could. Fairly, just saying.
Bottega Veneta, bro, green.
What does that mean?
Bottega, because obviously Bottega had Bottega green.
Oh,
So
okay.
like it just Let's see why not Knowles? I can see Knowles. And it's also a UK brand, so that makes sense. Balenciaga project. I know she's been a JW Anderson person in the past, but this is I know, you know what? When I think Charli XCX, aesthetically, I think club vibes, party. And JW Anderson is not club vibes, party chic at all. Like, it's just not on brand to me. Diesel is more on brand. Balenciaga, I can see that. Y Project, Knowles. I can see the Caress thing. Saint Laurent is also that, because Saint Laurent is what like the fashion chic girlies wear to go clubbing in Saint Tropez and shit. But yeah, JW Anderson is so far away from that.
Yeah, I guess one of my things is like I felt like this was an inflection point for her to, do what I was saying, which was to pivot away, or should I say to expand her base, right? Not even to say it needed to be necessarily in fashion, but if it was in fashion, then she should have, I don't know, dreamt bigger. But that's the thing about being a UK artist. Maybe we're not as big as we think we are, but there's all of these people that are from America talking about Charli XCX, so maybe she is quite huge. So yeah, like, but at least the main point that I'm trying to make is that it felt like a missed note doing the H&M thing, even though it may be totally on brand. At the same time, that doesn't mean that it's the right move moving forward, because now to a whole new generation you're known as the H&M girly instead of, like, let's say, the Diesel girly.
Does it matter though? Because what didn't Naomi Campbell take a massive check from, who was it again? Pretty Little Thing? What was
Yeah, Pre-Law thing or Boohoo.
I don't think that's going to. I think Naomi Campbell is so certified in fashion that it's not going to dent her reputation one bit. So she can take that bag and then like ride off into the sunset with her
Is
minions.
Charli
It's not going to
XCX
change anything.
certified though in fashion?
Not Naomi Campbell certified. Fuck no. Nowhere near Naomi Campbell certified.
Well, not even not Naomi Campbell. Let's say like Doja Cat, like, or something like, she's another pop star.
No,
right?
Charli XCX I don't think is as big as Doja Cat. I don't think so.
So it's like, but Doja Cat is known as a fashion girly, right? So
She
that's
is.
what I thought.
Charli XCX is not a fashion girl like Doja Cat. No, not even close.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, and they're the same age. Like Doja Cat's a couple years younger than us, but yeah, literally, just my thought. It's like she could have been a bigger fashion girly, but she just isn't.
But it's branding. It's just like, but that's the thing. That's why I was looking at this thing when I saw it. I was like, brand wise. So my issue is not even that she's working with H&M. That's once again the morality conversation. I'm not here to have it, because
exactly
for people that think, oh, luxury brands are better, they're not. Like, we've had so many videos talking about, you know, that all these brands under investigation and all that stuff. I'm not even going to get into it. So it's not, there's no morality conversation to have there. They all operate in the same way.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Dammy, 100%. This is a cul-de-sac for her.
Yeah, where do we go from here? Yeah, because like next 10 years, I don't know, what will she do? Only way is up, but at the same time, will you have another moment like this?
Leah says, her doing a H&M collab for the Brat moment makes a whole lot of sense if she isn't going to lean into fashion as a whole. This is a collaboration that screams being somewhat accessible to her audience.
Yeah, I'd 100% agree.
Yeah.
Do we have any sort of, like, I guess, reference or comparison to another pop artist who had a similarly big moment? Like, the biggest thing I can think of is like when NSYNC had like their summer of like having like complete control over the airwaves, and I think like what Justin Timberlake was wearing Rocawear, so like it's not totally out of the question that you can go mass market. Like, but even a Macy's brand
different though.
Yeah, maybe
because Rocawear is kind of like cool though. Like Rocawear is not H&M. Like Rocawear is still like,
yeah, for what it was.
It comes from like hip hop people used to wear Rocawear. That's kind of like what it's associated. It's just not H&M. It's not the same.
Plus, a whole generation used to wear it, and Rocawear wasn't cheap. Like, and the other thing, I guess, is more so like, let's say Katy Perry, for instance, right? Or we can insert any or most fashion not fashion, but pop stars that do fashion type stuff. It's like they always try to break through, but maybe Charli XCX is just not trying to break through, and we're just putting stuff on her that's just not her. Because they're always trying, like Katy Perry will do fashion stuff, try get Met Gala, all of these other things come Fashion Week. I remember when
Bro, there's no way Charli XCX is not going to be at that next month. I'll be surprised if she's not the next.
No, I'll also be surprised, but
I'll
like
be shocked.
I remember Cardi B, her first time. I remember when she was really trying to get into things in Paris, and they were blocking her essentially. I don't know if everyone knows the story properly, but they just wasn't sending her clothes because they thought that she was just some love and hip hop girl and all of these other things. And then she turned into a darling a couple seasons later, and it was like a love story with like certain brands and everything like that. But yeah, so there's a bunch of people that get into that pop lane. Oh, and Megan Thee Stallion. Who else? Lady Gaga. You know what I'm saying? So, and just to name 5 like people with different paths. But yeah, I thought Charli XCX could be part of that. But yeah, or
Yeah,
like
even on
there's a
their on their Instagram, they H&M clean the whole Instagram, and there's the campaign with Lila Moss, Charli XCX, and then they've changed the logo into the Brat green.
Yeah, wouldn't you say there's like a blueprint for like singers to become like, you know, just super like singers to become super fashion people, like just influential in fashion. Like it's almost as if like there's a book. It's like, oh, if you wear this, you go to this place, you do this campaign over here, you go to the cover of Vogue next, and then suddenly like she's one of the greatest people in fashion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least for me, it looks like there's a blueprint, but I might be wrong.
I want to say that I'm looking it up. She did, in fact, do a run with mainline Marc Jacobs before Brat Summer blew up. So maybe it was just a timing thing that we didn't see her like Marc Jacobs connect before the H&M thing. It wasn't Heaven, which is a disappointment because that's more of their Y2K focused brand. So maybe it was just a bad match in the campaign, but that's probably the reason why, is that she already has the contract with Marc Jacobs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
An LVMH company.
So yeah, there's like already a company there, and because we have so many eyes on her, this is just the first fashion news that we heard after Brat Summer. Cause
yeah, it's summer, but it's because they're leaning into it too, like with the green logo and like, you know what I mean? They're leaning into it too. So they're trying to play into the fact that, you know, Brat Summer is like trendy right now, and they're playing into it.
No, that's fair. I think it's interesting. Yeah. No, that's all I have to say though.
Yeah, same. But yeah, that was the last topic for us to discuss. This was a lot of fun doing another long stream, because I can't remember the last time I did like a really, really long stream like this.
Wow. It's 4 hours.
So that was a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed. I shall be back with another stream whenever, you know, the stream happens. But thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. I hope you guys have an amazing night, and I'll see all of you in the next stream or the next video or whatever happens next, you know.
Thank you all of IOS people for, you know, accepting me how I am, and you know what I'm saying, listening to me. I actually appreciate it. But yeah,
Thank you for having me on once again. Thank you everybody for listening to my awful opinions.
Yeah.